What is up, everybody? Don't do that. Stop doing that. Okay. Hello. I hope that everybody's doing well so far this morning, this afternoon, this evening, whatever time it is for you. Hello. YouTube chat. I see Caleb says first. Congratulations, Caleb. Morgan Drewy, I'm ready to move away from the United States. Any takers? You know. I started looking at rents near Seattle, and wow, it's expensive to live there. What's up, SD? And then, of course, on the website chat, all of the wonderful folks on the website. We have Decoy Duck coming in, stream and a DM return. Good Sunday vibes. I know, I'm enthused about Demon Mama coming back this afternoon, evening. It's gonna be 5 o'clock for me. So yeah, I'm enthused for that. What's up, Gayfesh? Sizukara, Felix Draconic, Timerinia, Morningstar System, Hey Hollow, Wreckage, Aster Oxide, NBJ, John Get Bent. I saw, while we were offline, I believe while we were offline at least, or towards the end of the stream maybe 3 days ago, John Get Bent, I appreciate your $4 dono, said, your streams have quickly become my #1 American news source. That is an enormous responsibility. But, you know, if you're like, these are the highlights I want to know from American news, I guess this is as good a place as any to get your queer news. What's up, Demonia? And we also have JL, and I cannot read this name, Tet. I want to call it Tet in the YouTube chat. Yeah, feel the pressure. Oh my god. The sudden impulse to sing Paramore right there just hit me like a truck. What's up, Mersh? I don't think I can make those noises, though, anymore. I don't think I can make Hayley Williams from Paramore noises in my voice anymore. No, I definitely can't do that. I can just feel like I try to go there in my voice, and I'm like... I could just feel it just choking off my air. So, how is everyone doing so far today? I would say, you know, so far for today, I'm doing pretty well. I woke up really early this morning, but not in, like, an unpleasant way. Just in a, like, oh, it's kind of early and I'm awake now at, like, a little bit before 7 a.m. So I've been awake for a while. Did my yoga this morning. My neck is feeling a lot better for any of you who are watching the neck saga as it comes through. I'm playing FTL and it's going not great. That is pretty typical of playing FTL. Faster Than Light, right? Is that what that one is called? It's a roguelike little cute game. I enjoy playing FTL sometimes. Has anyone played For the King before? Because For the King is another roguelike that I find quite difficult, but I finally beat it on easy mode recently. Like finally, after working my way through it for like 2 weeks. I just played Inside, and holy shit, how did I never hear of this game before? Ooh, you mean the side-scroller where you play a little child? Because that, I didn't play it myself, but I watched the Game Grumps play it, and it was pretty fucking cool. You might also check out Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares is kind of similar, but not exactly. At my friend's house, I haven't slept yet. LOL. Currently playing Animal Crossing. I have not played I've only played my Animal Crossing once since I moved in here. Which was like in January or something, and I'm sure that my people are going to be angry at me when I load it back up. Oh dear. Inside is so nice. It's got weird vibes. It's not like bad weird, but just weird. Yeah, it seems like everyone in the YouTube chat is talking about getting the fuck out of the United States of America, and TBH, like... I'm not far behind y'all. I did finally, I don't know if I did this before last stream, actually, so I don't know if I've already talked about this, but I started looking at what rent looks like in Seattle and that area generally, and I was specifically looking at houses because my partner and I don't have enough space in an apartment. There's kind of a lot of stuff that just has to go in a garage, but I don't know. We might also have to have some conversations about, like, what kind of stuff do you keep versus get rid of when you're just thinking of like buying a house at some point in the near future versus like what kind of stuff are you keeping versus getting rid of when you're thinking in your mind like what would I like to bring with me to establish my new life in a country that is not the current one that I live in because I'm a political refugee. You know, like, what am I taking with me to start my new life in a new country? What's up, Neurotic? How's it going? Inside is like a perfect example of video games as art. I think it's quite a spectacle. It's really evocative emotionally too, in several points, and pretty spooky. You know, pretty spooky, but spooky in a way that I like is a game that I probably could play if it wasn't already spoiled for me from having watched other people play it. Hey, if you haven't already hit the bell, check your notification settings. And if you haven't already, and you might consider $1 on Patreon or something, I don't know. Taking advantage of the automatic animations that I set up like a couple months ago. It's spooky, but not anxiety inducing. See, that's what I need more of. I like the spooky aesthetic in games, right? But I don't want to be like freaked out and like my heart's pumping and stuff. Like, that's not what I want from my gaming experience. It rides the line between, oh, I feel a sense of dread in the game, but not in a way that makes me want to throw the controller. True. You know, I'm not gonna yuck your yum if you're a person who enjoys being scared by your games. But yeah, Little Nightmares, was definitely anxiety inducing at times. Yeah, for sure. The part with the guy with the arms, I'm not gonna elaborate because I don't want to do spoilers, but you know who I mean. That part was like Act 2. Anxiety inducing, but very fun. Yes. Oh, so we need to check in. There's only 20 people in here, but whatever. We're toward the beginning of stream. Oh shit, I don't need this anymore. Would you like to check in really quick about what is something that you've done to take care of yourself since the last time I saw you, or earlier this week, or whatever? How have you been taking care of your health? And how have you been taking care of your, like, emotional needs? My friend Silent is back from vacation, or like is about to get back. I don't know. Had a break from all of the extreme activity that was going on over the break, so I'm like, I got my person to talk to again. Since I'm working on like building a group of people that I get to DM with, as I awkwardly attempt to have social relationships, which is always fun. Caleb says that they're hydrating, always good. Yeah, I am also hydrating. You know, for my holistic well-being, one thing that I did was I bought some decaf coffee grounds because I like coffee and I miss it, but I cannot drink normal caffeinated, like fully caffeinated coffee. Decaf still has some caffeine in, but not as much. So, and I'm like meeting myself in the middle on that. Feels good. I can drink a little bit of coffee as a treat. Some soothing witchy stuff. You know, I just realized, Hollow, that it is tomorrow is Lammas, and I have done absolutely zero planning for my solstices. You know, the past several have been on stream days, so it's been a little bit frustrating. Like a tiny bit that I'm like thinking more about the stream than my holiday, but then now I'm like, oh shit, I really need to catch up on editing. Like I have so much editing I should do. I'm basically gonna try to like pump out a video a day until I catch up on all of the stuff that I have to do. Like until I catch up to the present day on my stream schedule. And then I'll hopefully be like in the mentality to just keep editing as I do segments on the channel. Yeah, I did yoga today and it felt really good. Like my neck was all fucked up feeling this morning. Excuse me. And then I did my yoga and it felt better, you know? Finally fixed a sleep schedule. Very good. Went to a local movie premiere last night. I biked there, so entertainment and exercise. Very nice. Involved in an informal esoteric philosophy reading group with my cigar buddies. Very nice. I have a Discord that I'm in that is supposed to be a queer book club, but I don't know what's been going on in there because I haven't checked in a while. Whoops. I arranged to go see some taxidermy with someone I met online, which is cool because I recently moved and haven't made any new friends yet. That's cool, Nova. Welcome to the YouTube chat. Taxidermy is cool. I kind of wish that I had gotten a hold of a taxidermist before Lucy died, because I do regret somewhat that I didn't get to keep his skull, because like I would have liked to. But it would have been even more expensive than just the healthcare and the box of carbon that I received. Hello, Mixed Dizzy, how's it going? We were all just checking in on with how we've been taking care of ourselves this past week or so. Like, it's a new thing that we do at the beginning of streams where I'm like, well, I've been doing yoga. What have you been doing? Have you gone for a walk? Have you... Yeah, it's been hot as fuck, like hot as hell, just managing the heat. We had a cool week this past week here in the Midwest, but now it's about to just like launch straight back up to being almost 100 degrees, like every day. It's gonna be wild. Oh yeah. So I guess let's get this. I want to put like a text warning on the screen, and just leave that up for the rest of the stream. I forgot which Wicca days are when lately. Yeah, I know when stuff is, but I'm doing that ADHD thing where you're like, time kind of doesn't mean anything. Like, how many weeks has it been since my cat died? Like, how many weeks is it until this next thing? Like, I had no idea that, like, the local Renaissance Festival was going to be happening, so soon. And then my partner was like, hey, it's in like 6 weeks. And I was like, what? So that's going to be starting in September, which is soon. So yeah, I was just like, oh shit, I guess tomorrow is fucking August 1st. That means that it's pagan holiday day. Anyway, let me drink real fast. Let me pull this up for you. So testosterone, if you're trans mask and you take testosterone, particularly in America, I think that this is a US-based manufacturer, there has been a drug recall on just certain batches of testosterone cypionate, the 200 milligrams per milliliter mixture. There's a very specific lot number and expiration date. And then actually there were a few links posted on the Discord by Nizzy. Where is my Discord? There it is. Is this showing several different batches? I think this might be showing that there are several different batches, so I might, we might need to create an exclamation point command so that this can come up on stream. Hold on really quick. But yes, there has been a recall. I don't know what specific issue. There was a manufacturing deviation on some testosterone batches, and we need to be aware of that. Yeah, there's several different lot numbers. Okay. I do not know how to make bot commands. I don't know all of the commands on my website chat yet. I'm gonna have to figure that shit out at some point, but I think I can do it on the back end. If while I'm doing this, I appreciate your patience. If you're here and you have not yet hit the like button, please consider hitting the like button. We're just kind of chilling for a little bit, and then we'll get into talking about the news. I don't usually like to start out stream being like, oh, I'm stressed right out the gate, okay? So I do want to, like, you know, just have an opportunity to be like, oh, what have you been watching the last couple days? I have been watching this game show. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Actually. It's from Dropout TV, like College Humor, all those folks. And it's a game show where there's usually 3 contestants, and the premise of the show is that the host has like a stack of cards that all have a statement on them. And it's like a statement about which there is a falsehood, like there's something wrong with it, and it's about some nerdy shit. So it'll be like, I don't know, it'll be like, in the third Star Wars movie, like, as we know, Darth Vader says the titular, or Luke Skywalker says, or shit, no. It actually, yeah, it's like Darth Vader says the titular line, Luke, I am your father. And then someone says, buzzer. And then you have to, it's like Jeopardy. You have to preface your answer with, actually, because it's a show about, like, the premise of, like, nerds correcting each other and being pedantic. So you say, actually, Darth Vader didn't actually say, Luke, I am your father. Because that is actually not correct. It's not actually what the line was. I don't remember exactly what the line actually was. I just know that that's incorrect. Oh my gosh. Just typing. So I've been watching a shit ton of that show, and it's a lot of fun. Because you can be like, oh man, actually the line is, no, I am your father. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So, and like there's only two. Oh, does that have all of the things listed on there? Excellent. And then I want to put the thing on the screen that says, to type it in chat. Pop up, come here. Okay, I'll make it visible. No! Let me move the thing. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let me just mess up all of my segments for the stream by having stuff on the screen. I just like it's. I've realized that I'm like, oh, the fucking dono thing is in all of my videos on the channel now. But oh well, too fucking bad. Anyway, thank you for that, Gayfesh. I appreciate it. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, it's the Jeopardy rules. So if you don't say, actually, then you don't get the points, like, and then someone can swoop in and answer the question out from under you. But it's fun. Because sometimes I can answer the questions, and I know that I'm like, actually? The Darth Vader statement is actually classified under a Mandela effect, along with the interview with the vampire. People misremember it and think it is interview with a vampire. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Never really thought about that. Oh, Jeopardy rules. It's like when every time you answer a question in Jeopardy, you have to say, like, you have to phrase it in the form of a question. Like, what is the Statue of Liberty? And if, like, the prompt was like, this thing was gifted to us by France and stands as like the entryway to immigrants in the New York or whatever bullshit. Like, I don't know. It's that there's an answer and you have to phrase your response in the form of a question that resolves the answer. Yeah. But if you don't say what is da 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 or who is da 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 da, then you don't get the point. So yeah, in the New York. I am so good at talking. Don't worry about it. It's not my job or anything to talk. Yeah, they give the answer and you have to ask the question. So yeah, in actually, it's just like the host says an incorrect statement and you have to go, actually, that's not right. And they also have shiny questions. Shiny questions, just like shiny Pokemon, are worth the same amount of points, but they're just a little bit different and a little bit rarer. So that's usually something like they give each person like a map and then like the map of Tolkien's Middle-earth and then like 6 labels for cities, and they have to like put the labels where the cities actually are, or some other weirder question like that. A rare Pepe, true. Yeah, so it's a lot of it is available for free on YouTube if you want to watch it. It's also a paid thing on Dropout TV, but that's like if you just want to watch the up-to-date ones. Also, there's cursing, which I don't know about everybody else, but like it just kind of makes me feel better and normal when my media has cursing in it. I'm just like, cussing is like a normal aspect of human speech, and it's weird to me when I'm watching television and there's no cussing. Oh my god, excuse me. Is that Tom Scott's one he did? I'm not sure. Not sure. Don't think so. Tom Scott. Are you talking about the YouTuber Tom Scott who's like... Why do I always imagine him in a red shirt? Swearing is normal, but I will say the first time they said fuck in Star Trek, I was like, this is weird. That's fair. Yeah. I feel like in Star Trek, it's like a... I don't know. It's so professional. You imagine it's like, it's so... It's fucking weird. He pretty much always wears a red shirt and or a gray hoodie. Okay, okay, good. I'm glad it's just not me. Okay. I was like, it would be kind of weird to wear the same thing in every video, but then there's me wearing the same Unis Honest hoodie in like most of my videos that I've been doing recently. People not swearing in a story's canon prior to that point can make them suddenly swearing feel like a congressperson suddenly swearing. Just like, this is not the right environment for this, okay? This is not the space. This is not the place for you to do this. I paused the YouTube video because there's like a second delay or something. Oh, that's no good. What's up, Andy's Mints? So yeah, oh, I've basically just been watching that while I'm doing stuff that doesn't require me to not be watching something. Because listen, if I'm editing, boy howdy, I'm just editing and there's nothing else going on, which is part of why it sucks so much. Has Bernie Sanders ever swore? I wonder. Like, I bet he probably hasn't, like, on the Senate floor. But in private, probably, you know? These fucking billionaires. You can just imagine him, like, at the cocktail party. He's a little bit drunk. He's a little bit sauced. I've heard some congresspersons doing a very good job of swearing on a hot mic. Mitt Romney did a great job once several years ago. Interesting. What's up, Creature of the Fae? We're still, you know, we're doing our preliminary, like, I've only been on screen for like 22 minutes or something like that, so we're vibing. We're vibing. And then we'll get to the news. If you're here and you have not yet hit the like button, consider hitting the like button. It's free, just like this show. Viewer supported. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, it doesn't work in the YouTube chat. Sorry, it's on the website chat. The exclamation point thing. I have a bot set up to post on the YouTube chat, and it just doesn't really work right now. I don't know why. If someone said fuck in Star Wars, my brain goes, no, that word doesn't exist. They say criff. Is that true? Do they actually say criff? I'm so broke it can't be me, but someone needs to dono $5 to make it 666. That would be fun. I would like it to not stay stuck at 666, but you know, that would be cool temporarily. It is the end of the month. I appreciate that people have rent to pay. I like both my partner and I are kind of like bottomed out on account of my cat dying. It's a little bit expensive. Ads on live streams. I know, rip. But you know what? It'll just be the one, and then I don't generally play them during the live stream, you know? Both you and your partner are bottoms. Got it. What? Because I'm a jack. The American people are tired of women. Oh, you said we're bottomed out. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, definitely we both are bottoms to capitalism. You know? I fucking... I'm a switch. He's not. They both were bottoms. Both of them cover faces. Nope. Nope. Too sad. Yeah, so Caleb, in the YouTube chat, I kind of personally find it annoying that swearing is still considered taboo and like, oh, you're not supposed to do that. You know, slurs are normalized in a way that I don't think cursing is. And that's pretty obnoxious, if we're being honest. Fuck capitalism, also fuck the party system. True. I like Frel from Farscape. I know. I liked Frel from Farscape because I was a small child when I was watching that show. I was in like 2nd or 3rd grade when I was watching that. So it was an excuse for me to be able to curse. Yes. Without actually saying the fuck word. I think the taboo around swearing is changing into being about slurs. I hope so. Like, I want there to be a world where I could be a political candidate and say fuck. But even being obliquely transphobic would be like socially unacceptable to the point of like, if you were to say like, no, I don't think men can get pregnant, you would be like, boo, your career is over. You know, that would be a nice world to live in. We can all dream. I'm not delusional. I'm just very optimistic. They're called broken oaths. Okay. My sister said the butt word in front of our grandparents. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not delusional. I'm just optimistic. I think that's if that's not a line that exists in a TV show already, then it should, because it's pretty gold. It's pretty gold. Maybe I should go back to writing. I don't know. Could do that. It's been a long time. My favorite thing when people calling it the fuck word. Yes, the fuck word. The penis word. Aaron Sorkin. Caleb says, slurs are more acceptable than cursing, and that's not okay. My gran called me an Indian during an argument because I was using my hands. What the fuck? The shit-ass word. True, Kazama. My partner finally found a copy of Heroes Season 3 and 4, so we're going to get back to watching Heroes at some point, probably. Ooh, my partner and I voted, if you happen to live in Kansas, which some of you do, I know for a fact some of you do, maybe not like right this minute, but some people in my audience are from Kansas. The primary is like August 2nd, so you have until Tuesday. You can vote early. I think you can vote early August 1st, tomorrow. The abortion amendment. Please vote no on the abortion amendment. And if you're a registered Democrat, I would also suggest you take a quick look at the candidates for U.S. Senate so that we can decide which Democrat we're going to put in for the U.S. Senate. I won't tell you who to vote for. I'll just tell you I went on Ballotpedia, and only 2 of them seemed viable, and I liked one of them more than the other. So, like, read up on people's pages if you can. A couple of them answered the Ballotpedia questions, which made it much easier because Ballotpedia already has it's like, well, what are your opinions on this? And then they can like type the answers, and then you have their answers. It's pretty convenient. Oh, we still have no proof of residence to vote. That's a bummer. I didn't end up needing, I guess I changed mine online, and even though my ID is different, I guess she just didn't, take note of that. Because I don't change my ID, every single time I move. That's, ridiculously expensive. Why would I do that? What's it called? The Constitutional Amendment? It's called... I think it's called like Value Them Both or something like that. It's an abortion amendment, but the thing is that currently abortion it's your constitutional right. But they're trying to pass this amendment in the state constitution to make it to where it's no longer your right to have it like unimpeded. So then that opens us up. It's not going to make abortion illegal. It's just going to open us up to the prospect of more limitations. Whatever, you know, there's already not very many abortion providers in the state, so. I wonder what voting as a homeless person is like here. I wonder, yeah, I wonder if like the shelter will let you put that as your address. I'm not sure. You might have a friend who lets you like use their address to send mail to or something. I don't know. Yeah, being homeless, like, I wonder, like, I wonder about this sometimes. Like, some homeless people do know people and they can like crash on someone's couch for a couple nights, you know? So it's not like every homeless person is like, also their entire family is dead and they don't know anyone and they sleep on the streets, you know? Not that there aren't people like that, but it's like, it's often not what we think. I'm pretty sure where I live that shelter is a legal address. I think that's the case in a lot of places, but I've never been homeless before, so honestly, I do not know. The Satanic Temple is using freedom of religion laws to conduct abortion rituals in some places. I've always wondered how that's going to go down, because I know that the Satanic Temple is like pro-abortion, but I always thought that the stronger argument would come from Jews, because the Jewish religion is older, and like I feel like it would have more credibility. Kazama says, voting as a homeless person is the federal government sending a patrol of federal police to your camp and smashing your kneecaps. Or if you live in Miami, Florida, the new thing they're trying to do in Miami, Florida is take all of the homeless people and put them in a camp on an island, like off the coast of Florida. They're like, we're just gonna like make a refugee camp and like shove all these people, like just concentrate all of these people into this one camp. If they open it up to the possibility of it being illegal, the GOP in your state will stop at nothing to make sure that abortion is illegal. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, so I'm really hoping that the amendment passes, or sorry, the amendment doesn't pass. I voted no, obviously. My partner voted no. We did it earlier this week, and I got my fingers crossed. I think we're gonna lose, but I got my fingers crossed. Have you ever heard of anti-homeless architecture? Yes, Caleb. Like putting bars on benches so that a person can sit but can't lie down, or like spikes. Or they'll just put a big decorative rock in a place where someone normally might be able to lie down. I mean, yeah, you're right, MBJ. It is multiple religions saying that religious freedom is good, but it is also like, I mean, Satanism is not something that typically gets taken very seriously, because it's like a parody religion, right? I also noticed, so when I was working as an electrician, one of the times we went and worked somewhere, I think it was somewhere in Missouri, or maybe somewhere in like the fancy schmancy part of town. Like there was a new outdoor mall, or a newish outdoor mall. And we went there to work on this one place. But as we were leaving, I noticed that like some of the decor, like the outdoor mall that I grew up kind of close to was like, they did have some like fire pits outside. So like theirs were more like a kind of like small, short building with like iron grating on the outside, and then the fire was inside. So it was like, it was nice looking, right? This place that I went while I was working had like literal like drum, like the metal drum trash can things with like fires in them, and it was like on purpose. Like it was a built-in part of the decor of this place. There were no homeless people anywhere. It was the middle of the fucking day, and it was like January or something, so it was cold, you know, so there's a reason. But like there were fires burning in these like metal trash cans that you think of like it's stereotypical. You think of like several homeless people like got like they're warming their hands over like the steel drum with just a fire in it. And I was like, wow, they really gentrified the steel drum homeless fire. They really did it. Being comfortable outside is a privilege now and not a right. Yeah. Like if you're homeless, fuck you, apparently. I can't wait until the days when I have enough haters that my shit gets clipped. That's gonna be so funny, y'all. It's gonna be so funny. Because I actually did have someone directly respond to one of my tweets recently. I was like, this might be a controversial opinion, but I kind of don't believe in medical privacy when it comes to COVID positive status. Which was spurred on because I was reading some tweet about someone in an airplane suddenly falling ill and then testing positive, or like, then we later learned that they'd tested positive for COVID and were released against medical advice from the hospital the previous day. And there were a bunch of people there was a couple people at least in the replies who were like, and how did you find out about their COVID positive status? Is this not against HIPAA? And I'm like, yeah, I don't believe in your medical privacy when it comes to COVID positive status, I don't think. What's up, Wellington? Hey, how's it going? Hi, Lux and every pony, just dropping in to say hello. Good to see you. Yeah, so I was like, I don't believe in medical privacy when it comes to COVID status. And someone responded to it like, what did they say? They were like, oh, I'm not surprised to see this take coming from, like, this bad of a take coming from Luxander. And I'm like, oh, what did I say? I said something, I was like, LOL hearts or something like that. I don't remember. I'm just being an absolute shit gibbon is basically what's going on. I've been tweeting and retweeting so much lately. This is a side note. I apologize for my part. Back in 2016, when we were constantly advocating that there was a difference between sex and gender, and that like trans people are saying they're a different gender, not a different sex. I apologize for my part in that. My opinion has changed completely. I think like once you start hormones, then you are allowed to call yourself transsexual, because that's functionally what you're doing, is changing your sex characteristics. And trans women are female and trans men are male. And non-binary people can call our bodies whatever the fuck we want. TBH. Sorry. It sucks to be you. It sucks to be you. If you don't like that I am gonna just do whatever I want. Like, I have a permit. I can do what I want. What have I done? What have I will have done? Yeah, so I said on Twitter, I said, potentially problematic take. I kind of don't believe in medical privacy when it comes to COVID positive status. And someone said, wow, I was almost shocked to see such a garbage take, but then I saw it was attached to Luxander, so I guess I'm not surprised at least. And I just responded with this emoji, the like radical, call me later, whatever this fucking called, shaka emoji. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Are you following me? Like, why did this end up on your timeline anyway? Whatever. Do you have to go vote on the 2nd? Is that the only time? You can vote early. Like I went and voted earlier in the week. If you just go online and like find out if you have a polling place near you where you can go, you could potentially go tomorrow. But I think if you show up before the polling place closes on Tuesday, like if you show up anytime before, I think it's like 7 p.m., then like once you're in line, you will have to be allowed in. Like they don't close if you are in line when it's like technically time for it to close. You know, they have to let you vote. Fandom still be racist as shit. True. Yeah, when people use MLP speech, every pony. I was not myself a brony. My dad was a brony. That's a true fact. Privacy, just like freedom of speech, obviously has limits, and those limits need to be discussed. Should be nothing controversial about that. I mean, the problem is that we don't actually have a right to privacy. Like, I think the only technical right to privacy that you have as an American is the right to not have your shit searched without a warrant. I think that's your only right to privacy. Like, so you could technically say that, like, oh, if you're accessing, like, my Facebook messages or my phone records without a warrant, then that could be an invasion of my privacy or whatever. But not necessarily. Oop, is chat being weird? Stop it. Stop being weird, chat. Knock it off. Just doesn't want to load. I think it's all good, though. I'm going to get started talking about some news soon. Probably pretty soon, because there is a good amount of people watching this stream right now. If you're here and you have not yet hit the like button, please consider tapping that like button. I don't have a branded phrase. I saw, like, Silent at one point typed a whole soliloquy in the chat, basically, of, like, you could, because of the dragon theme, you could be like, bite that like button, like, claw that subscribe button. Like, I could go through a whole different thing. Singe that like button. Do you not have postal secrecy? Yeah, like, yeah, so I think that, like, no one's allowed to, like, tamper with your mail. That's a federal crime. But that kind of goes into, like, I guess that's, like, yeah, the only two ways that we have a genuine right to privacy is, like, your mail is supposed to not be fucked with at all, and yeah, burn the button, and unreasonable search and seizures without a warrant. I heard that pandas are no longer endangered. If that's true, then that's pretty good news. I'm not going to come out as hot as I was going to. I was about to come out really, really, really hot on the pandas issue. Pandas are determined to go extinct, and we are putting way too much effort into preventing that from happening. They're not really that much of a benefit to their ecosystem. They are just cute and fluffy. There are other animals. You could take the same amount of money and, like, put it toward ecological efforts that would actually make a difference. Fuck pandas. Yeah, I'm sorry to have to come out hard against the pandas. They refuse to even have sex with each other. It's so frustrating. Raccoons are better. At least they wash their food before they eat it. Oh my god, true. Like, that's all pandas do. They just eat fucking bamboo. Like, anyway, Max says, what's up, Max? The right to privacy was inferred in Roe from a number of different rights, like the right to religion and opinion, right not to be searched. Lots of rights only make sense if you have a right to privacy. Yeah, that's, like, the argument that they're making, though, about, like, Roe, is that I guess they were saying that it was couched in the right to liberty. Like, your right to liberty implies a right to privacy. That's animal ableism. I am a speciesist. That's why I'm not a vegan. And troops cannot be quartered in your home. I don't know if that's the right to privacy exactly. Oh, interesting. A lot of pandas in zoos started fucking once the zoos closed to the public during COVID. Is that why they're not That's why they're not endangered anymore. Are wolves still endangered? Wolves are important. Yeah, wolves are important to their environment and ecosystem. Yeah, they're just shy. They don't fuck when they're on display. They're just not exhibitionists, those pandas. Listen, if pandas start doing something for their ecosystem, then fine. But Morrigan, what's up, says, I admit I'm fond of cats partially because they're so persistent. Dude, like, it used to be so annoying when I would be sitting on the floor trying to do yoga or something, and Lucy would come over and, like, sit on my lap, and I'd have to, like, love on him and then move him off my lap, and then he kept trying to, like... Doing yoga is very sad now. Mitternock did today. He got down and was, like, laying on the yoga mat and was like, meow! But then I didn't touch him for long enough time that he just, like, went away, and I was like, oh, okay, well... It's not the same, but... Being in captivity is not healthy for animals. Yeah, it's true. Generally speaking. Generally speaking. Ariel says, wolves are getting way better here. We have enough of them for farmers to be annoyed about them. That's good. Blue Spectra says, I like pandas from a bit of an evolutionary perspective since they're an early divergence of Ursidae and somehow went herbivorous without changing much of anything about their morphology. But yeah, they're trash. At least we can acknowledge that. Yeah, of course, wolves are dangerous. You have to respect them. They just serve a purpose in the ecosystem, you know? It's funny how we came to the same standpoint from polar opposite perspectives on animal life. Oh, earlier, you're following up because earlier Morningstar Plural said, funnily enough, we aren't vegans because we don't see a significant difference between us and other species. I mean, I'm not, like, saying that I see a significant difference between us and other species. It's that I, like, when I say that I'm speciesist, it's like, I'm basically just owning up to the fact that I value the life of animals less than the life of people, right? Getting the, like, oh, uh-oh, gonna piss off the vegans. Like, I just don't care. Like, you know, if I don't know, it would be shitty if I had to make a horrible decision like, am I gonna starve or eat this beloved pet of mine? You know, like, I would probably go to extreme lengths to keep the animal alive before I would eat it in order to survive myself. But at the end of the day, listen, if I cry onto the meat, then that's just gonna salt it and it'll taste better, okay? Filthy human supremacist. I know, it's true. Some animals are better than others. It's just dragon elitism, really. I mean, basically. If pandas aren't protected, can I have panda steak? I don't know. Yeah, so I'm not saying, yeah, I guess I should say, like, humans, I just value human life over that of other animals because animals are obviously humans are obviously animals. Like, that's a granted. Personally, I would rather starve than eat my cat, but meat is yummy. I'm like, I don't know. What, like, if some situation really came to it, I don't know. I would probably, like I said, go to extreme lengths to keep the animal alive. I don't know. If it was a zombie apocalypse, listen, I feel like if it was a zombie apocalypse, if I felt like the animal had a decent chance of surviving on its own, I might just let it go. Like, if it was a cat that it was already an indoor-outdoor cat, I would be like, I'm just going to let you do your thing and I'm going to book it. Like, if Lucy was still alive and we were doing, like, a zombie scenario with Lucy, I would be like, I'm going to go to stupid lengths to try to keep this... How would I do that? Like, I've thought about this before. I was like, if Lucy came with me on, like, a zombie thing, even if it wasn't a zombie thing, if I'm just like, shit's really going downhill in some kind of apocalyptic fashion, whatever, how do you keep a diabetic cat alive, right? Like, what do you do actually if you're traveling and you need to keep the insulin cold? You're just fucked. I don't think there's any way to do that. Our perspective is food. No other animal cares, so why should we? TBH, a lot of vegans are actually more human supremacists than meat eaters. There's something better about us, so we should act better than the animals. Yeah. And it runs into that weird spot when vegans are like, I'm going to try to get my cat to eat a vegan diet. It's like, oh, no, that's just animal abuse. I thought I was the only person who had these thoughts. No, I think about these things more again. I'm like, if we had a zombie apocalypse, or like, if I was like trying to get out of America because like I'm a political refugee or whatever, like they're after me, whatever. When I have like, oh, am I going to bring my cat? Like, how am I going to do that? These are things that I think about. The closest thing to a real zombie disease right now is deer wasting disease. It is a prion disease, like mad cow's disease. Oh, dang. Yeah, I don't eat deer very often. Max says, I would starve to not eat my dog, but I would kill the dog to feed my kids. That's the thing, too. I was thinking about that when I was like rolling out the hypothetical, is like, would I eat my cat for me to live? Like, probably not. But if I had a kid, probably, you know. You just need a solar generator and one heat pump. It could work on some solar campers out in the world now. Potentially, yeah. Like, my mother-in-law has like a battery that you can like unfold the solar panels that it came with, and it like pumps up the battery. And then she was like, oh, I have this tiny little camping refrigerator. So I guess you could do it. Like, you just have a small cooler that's like a small tiny little refrigerated box. Am a vegan. We hate PETA more than non-vegans. PETA is like a fake ass organization that puts down like 90% of the animals that come into their custody. Am I wrong about that? Like, I know that's a crazy high number, but I'm pretty sure that PETA, like, there was a big story a few years ago about how they were like just truck and van fulls of dead animal bodies that had been put to sleep by PETA after being like, we'll rehome them or whatever. Like, they just killed a bunch of animals. The zoo I hope to intern at has a grizzly bear that had to be removed from Yellowstone because he kept stealing tourists' food. I don't really get 100% pure vegans still, apart from intestinal stuff. I'm pretty cool with eating meat for survival or if it'll just go to waste, but otherwise, especially with the way the meat industry is, I don't see much of a good reason to do it. Yeah, I would really like to start exploring potential alternatives. Because it does suck. Like, meat objectively is bad for you in several ways, like carcinogenic, Maillard reaction shit, like, and red meat has saturated fats in it, which can contribute to heart disease and stroke and stuff. But yeah, like, I mean, my partner works like a really hard labor trade job, and so we have to get protein in our diet. So frequently the easiest thing to do is like cook up some chicken breast and a couple of sides, and there you go, you know. I feel like finding ways to support smaller butchers and farmers, especially locally, is one of the best things, but that's hard to do or find. I know that there is a blacksmith, not a blacksmith, Jesus fucking Christ. I do know blacksmiths, but I know of a butcher in the near area that I could potentially get stuff from, and potentially even like goat and other weird shit like that, you know? Yes. Generally PETA is terrible and the food industry or the meat industry is bad as well. We don't have small hometown butchers like back in the day. You might, like, there is a restaurant that I've been to that is also a butcher, which I didn't know, except that I was like Googling like, where can I get goat meat? And it was like, oh, this place that you've already eaten at before, like right next door, same building, same business, but like next door, like slightly segmented off, they have a butchery. And I was like, oh shit, that's fucking cool. I'd love to cook more vegan food, but right now I just don't have the spoons for things I haven't cooked 100 times before. That's fair as well. Like getting into that place where you're like, oh, I'm going to make something I've never made before. Like, oh, it's challenging. Okay. Really quick, I'm going to refill my water. I'm potentially going to come back with 2 drinks, knowing me. And then we're going to start talking about some news. I have my stream notes pulled up. You know, we have like 5 different things to talk about. Of course, we're going to chill and do whatever in the meantime as well. Probably going to go till about 3 or 4 today. That's the plan. So at least 2 hours, if not like 3 hours, remaining in the stream. Haven't tried to play a game on here in a while. I don't know if I'm going to do that because my video card, frankly, like I really don't want to like destroy my video card because I cannot afford to replace one. We went to the computer store the other day, like to just look at some stuff. My partner was getting some stuff, and I really hope that my computer does not like die soon because holy shit, like video cards are still expensive, even used video cards. It's ridiculous. Why did you look for goat meat specifically? Because I was like, I have this like master document about my pagan practice and all the different holidays. And it's like, oh, what types of things are symbolic at this holiday? And it's like, well, at this holiday, typically people would eat goat meat. And I was like, well, where do I get that? I didn't end up getting any, but I found out where I could potentially get some because I'm a weirdo. So yeah, I'm just going to take a quick step away to just fill my water back up, and I will be back in a minute and we'll talk about some news. Some more news? I'm not going to steal Cody's stuff, but I love Cody. Cody's Shody. Good boy. Okay, I'm back. Have you hit the like button yet? If you haven't, please consider doing so. It's just one like button press, one thumbs up on the YouTube channel. And then you should come over to the website chat if you can. Snorto Bordo says, Lux, I'm a little bit behind, but you're right. Fuck pandas. If they want to die, so be it. I mean, if they're breeding now, then cool. But like, yeah. Anyhoozle. I know a local pagan who does regular goat roasts. No. I did not say hello to that phone lady. That sounds fun, you know? I've never had goat before, but I would like to try it at some point. Tomorrow, Lammas, the pagan holiday, Lammas tomorrow is about bread. Bread and also the god of crafting. So I might set aside some time to like crochet reverently or something. But knowing me, I'm about to crack down and try to post like a bunch of videos from the last month of streams and just catch up and then be on my work horse. Anyway, goat cheese is very, very good too. Well, I don't have the capacity for live goats. So, well, have I ever had goat cheese? I don't know. What is goat cheese like? I really should make bread. I kind of want to. I think all of the ingredients to make a loaf of bread tomorrow. I might do that. I might try to make a soft loaf because the last one had like a hard crust and my partner was like, yikes, I don't want to eat this. I'm not sure how to view the candidates. Still caught up on the voting thing. So let's see if we can take a look at this really quick. Ballotpedia. Yeah, Kansas 2022. Sure. Okay, this is ballot measures. I was on a very specific page that was like Ballotpedia, Kansas, August 2nd. Because that's when our vote is here. Okay. Yes, I'm using an ad blocker. Stop it. There was a page that showed the candidates, and I am trying to find it to show you. Why are you like this? Okay, great. A Democratic Party primary will take place on August 2nd. Okay, is this one? Yeah, okay, this is the one. Found it. There you go. Look up Nisu or Pulse Finnish breads. Okay, hold on. Finnish. Those are like that's like a type of Finnish bread. Are they soft? Ah. I guess I could make a challah. Like challah is usually pretty soft and pullable, right? Sorry, the bot in the YouTube chat decided that it was just going to stop working. So yes, oh, pulla. I see what you're talking about. Finnish bread pulla. So that's kind of like challah. It's like a braided bread. You like take bread and then you like swoosh it over. What's up, Wellington? Welcome to the website chat. Goat cheese is a soft cheese that is more gamey and spreadable. I wish I understood what people meant when they described food as having a gamey taste. I don't know. Nothing better than a challah. Yeah, I should try. Ain't no challah back bread. That could be good. What if we do baking streams? I know that on my one cooking stream, I did also bake cookies. Those cookies were really yummy. Does gamey mean more texture? I thought it was a taste. Like, I thought it was a flavor. Challah also makes the best French toast. Oh, I am craving some French toast. I've never heard of llamas before. So llamas is also, hold on. Okay, hold up. So this
pronouncing it.
This holiday is called Llamas, or this is the other holiday, the other name of this holiday.
Lunasa.
Lunasa. It's fucking Welsh or Gaelic or whatever bullshit. Lunasa. So that's how you actually pronounce it. So it that means like the holiday for Lu, who Lugh is the god of craftsmanship or whatever. Wow, the stream is like so far behind. Oh, no. I'm just not live. Okay, that's better. Game, things you hunt, so more of a wild taste, not domesticated. Usually a stronger taste. Okay, interesting. Gamey meat really has to be experienced. I suggest trying some wild deer. Be warned, it's a strong and weird flavor. Mersh was just saying that wild deer has a prion disease that might make it more dangerous. Moose meat is extremely overrated. I've never had moose before. When I move to Canada someday, I'll have to try moose meat, you know? I mean, I'm going to be living in, like, Vancouver, though, so I don't know. I don't know how it's actually going to turn out there. I've never eaten pheasant before. No. I've never eaten pheasant. I'm a poor little grocery store baby, you know? I don't think moose are that far south. I was thinking more in terms of like, I'm going to be in a city. I think of the moose and like, I think of moose meat as being similar to deer meat in the sense that it's something you would find in a rural setting because it's like something that you hunt. That's hate speech. I know, Francois. I know. I'm terrible. One of the deities I use in Wicca is Ilmarinen, a Finnish smith. Oh yeah, so that would definitely be that would be a deity that you would bring into use on Lammas or Lunaz. What the fuck did she say again?
Lunasa.
Lunasa.
Pretty straightforward once you know. Lunasa.
Lunasa. Celtic drives me crazy. Oh my god, excuse me. I'm so burpy. So, what shall we start with? I don't think pheasant is as easy to get in the US. I've known people who've grown pheasants. Or, no. Pheasants, quail. Are pheasants and quail the same thing? I don't think they're the same thing. But yeah, I don't have any idea. I don't, like, where the fuck would I go if I wanted to get a hold of some pheasant? I don't know. I mean, I live, like, adjacent to the country, the rural area. So I could literally, I probably know someone in my network of, like, tradesmen and country folk and everything. What are the options? So our options today, I'm going to start, I know what I'm going to start with, but our itinerary for today, we have 2 news coming out of Florida. Florida apparently has decided to just, like, it's out there with the flag at the front of the army, like marching and like blowing the horn for all of the anti-trans shit that's happening in this country. Like Florida's just out there leading the way, marching on and on. Two stories coming out of Florida. One about how Ron DeSantis has filed an anti-drag complaint, like a complaint against a bar for having a drag show at brunch. We'll get into the specifics when we talk about it. Another thing is that the Florida Department of Education has issued guidance to the school districts there to just go ahead and ignore. If you all were here last stream, I think it was, when we were talking about how a bunch of Republicans have banded together to sue the USDA over them having requirements that schools that serve lunch can't deny lunch to queer and trans kids. So they're just telling them to ignore that discrimination. We'll look into that in more detail, obviously. The bakery that got vandalized recently, there's been a surprising and unpleasant update to that situation. That's a separate thing from the Florida stuff. And then the other item that I have is public schools now requiring a biological sex affidavit for kids participating in sports. So just a whole lot of not good news, which is why we're going to start. Well, this thing is not really good news, but it's sillier at least. It's less serious. Saw off Florida from the continental United States already. I would agree with you, Tet, except that I know trans people who live there and, like, have kids there and stuff, you know? The bakery got more trouble. Yeah. Hey, Silent. Ron DeSantis wants to use trans corpses as the foundation for his presidential platform. Yeah, it's going to be like the founding of a mistress when there's just, like, seals of blood in certain locations, you know? So you can see Florida is on this it's on this particular meridian line for this alchemical circle. Pheasant was sold frozen. I worked on a quail and pheasant farm as a kid. Quail are a pheasant species. Oh, okay, yeah. I would really like to try healthier meat options and or like non-meat options. I recently got some plant-based, like, fake chicken nuggets, fake chicken tenders. It was pretty good. Ron DeSantis as the dwarf in the flask. Yeah, I guess that's what I presented. And we all know what happened to the dwarf in the flask when he faced the truth. My brother's family is there. Just cut away their bit. Yeah. Eventually it'll slide into the ocean, but let's not expedite it too much. Republicans are very much going all in on being demonic. It's wild. So I saw this Twitter thing about monkeypox. And I think this is just, I don't understand. Monkeypox, Spain. Doctor tells of spotting this monkeypox infected on the underground train and telling them to isolate immediately. They responded saying they don't have to go, or they don't have to, as their doctor told them that, and that monkeypox is gay only. This is someone just on the subway with fucking very obvious pox shit on them. Like, really, do people earnestly think that gay people are like fundamentally biologically different somehow? I don't understand. I don't understand how you can have like obvious symptoms of a pox and be like, LOL, but I don't have monkeypox because only gay people can get it. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I guess they must earnestly believe that they're impervious to getting it because there's something specific about gay people that is like that you get this disease specifically. Like, is this like the underlying belief about us not being human? Like, is this where is this where it comes in? Is this where it starts? I thought Spain was getting better about queer things. I don't know. Yeah, like, did this guy lie about what their doctor said? I mean, from what I've heard multiple accounts on Twitter of people saying that they have all the symptoms of monkeypox, but their doctor is declining to get them tested. So yeah, we have like a 98%, like 98% of the people who have confirmed monkeypox are gay or trans or whatever, because they're only testing those. Tet says, isn't he calling himself a closet case? Maybe. You can get it by handshaking. Yeah, it's like hand, foot, and mouth disease. Like okay, listen, it's the end of July right now. Like, it's the last day of July. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Get in your last donos if you want to help with rent for this month. Thank you so much about that. And yeah, like, school is going to start. School for primary school kids is going to start in maybe 2 weeks. Like, it's usually like somewhere like the 18th or something like that. Like, the week of the 18th, the third week of August is often when school starts. And these kids are going to be spreading it everywhere. I think like our number of cases has been just rising in a wild amount, and they're going to use this as a way of being like, well, these all these queers, maybe they wouldn't have been spreading the monkeypox if they hadn't brought that drag queen stripper in to read to the kids, in the library. Yes, Dix is a subscriber only emote. So if you're on the website, if you want access to the Dix, it's $5. That's how that works. Amazing, true. Yeah, I'm like, why are the doctors, like, why am I hearing all these stories of these doctors supposedly, supposedly not testing even though there are clear monkeypox? Like, are they, well, like, who is getting to them? What agenda are they serving? What is the purpose of that? Yeah, we're fucked when the school's open. I've been thinking about looking into getting the smallpox vaccine since it seems to help with monkeypox. If you can get the smallpox vaccine, I suggest you do so. In my country, at least, I believe that they're only giving the smallpox vaccine to gay men and trans people who profess to be currently engaging in promiscuous activity. I hate how accurate that bigotry plus monkeypox scenario sounds. And yeah, like, that's what's going to happen. They're going to be like, yeah, all of these, all these queers getting in contact with our children. But yeah, if you can get a monkeypox vaccine, like a smallpox vaccine, it just happens to work for monkeypox. You should get it if you can. If you have to fib and say, like, I'm in a relationship, but we're in an open relationship, so we're still at risk or whatever, like, in my opinion, say whatever you need to say in order to get the vaccine, because, like, this is something where you're going to need to, like, sanitize your groceries when you get home and sanitize your hands after every trip, like, after every errand that you go on. Like, I got some latex gloves or nitrile, whatever, because I need a reminder not to touch my face. That's the main things. Like, first of all, it's gonna prevent germs from getting on my hands, but also like it's just mostly I need a reminder to not like touch my face and rub my nose and stuff. So like if I put on gloves and then go to the grocery store and like take them off, like when I get to my car, then then I can touch my face and I'm like, okay, well at least I didn't like touch monkeypox all over my face or whatever. The doctors don't want to report it to the health department and the CDC. They're probably afraid of being quarantined themselves for being exposed. Maybe. I mean, that's like, I feel like that's a pretty optimistic view. The idea that they, I don't know, the idea that they might get quarantined, I would hope that that's their only judgment on this, you know? Oh, what's up, Tormuz? Yeah, no, this is definitely like AIDS crisis rhetoric. It's very fucked up. I had the smallpox vaccine as a baby along with my other shots. I know that I'm pretty sure I had like chickenpox vaccine, but I don't think I had the smallpox vaccine. Was it more normal when you were a baby, Mersh? Del Sings, hold on. It's, this is the page with the info about the recall. So it's the testosterone cypionate from Sun Pharma. I got chickenpox like 2 years before the chickenpox vaccine came out. Damn. I've heard that COVID vaccine can kill kids under 10 years old. Is that true? I haven't heard anything about that. I know that recently it became available to kids under a certain age, and I haven't heard any news of there being like, at least not in any significant numbers. It's, you know, like if 1 out of 1,000 kids has a complication from COVID, like I would, to decide whether it's worth it to still get the vaccine, you would then have to look at what is the chance out of 1,000 that my kid will die if they get COVID, you know? So that, you know, you just kind of have to make those decisions. Under 10 years old can only get BioNTech here, and there have not been any deaths reported. That's good. And keep in mind that there are going to be some freak cases where a child gets a vaccine and then they die suddenly that night. And because of confirmation bias, there's going to be an assumed connection, and then we have to investigate, like, okay, what actually happened, you know? My partner and I are both ace and arrow, would shudder at saying we have anything to do with sex, even with each other. Yeah. You might have to just, like, lie, though. I don't know. I'm 300% pro-vaccine and everything, but I hear that phrasing often, and I feel it misrepresents statistics. Have I said something inaccurate? Oh my gosh, Del Sings said that they got chickenpox because my parents, like their parents took them to a place with... Oh, you got like taken to a chickenpox party in the 80s. Oh my god, that's crazy to me. People don't understand post-viral syndromes. You don't have any respect. I actually agreed with a Republican because he said it should be illegal to provide COVID vaccines if it kills the kid, like illegal to not tell the parents about it. Well, I mean, of course, you have to give informed consent. Like in every situation, you have to be fully aware of all of the side effects or whatever. But like, you have to look at it's odds of vaccine problem versus odds of COVID problems times odds to get COVID whatsoever. Not everyone will get COVID. Yeah, I realize that. But like, if you're making a decision about protecting your kid, like if you're trying to make a decision about whether my kid is going to get this vaccine, like I think that it's wisest to compare that against like just the like assuming 100% that they're going to get it, right? I mean, the likelihood that kids are going to get it is pretty much 100% if they're in schools, like if they're in public schools, and like all all public school, like it's mandatory in the United States. Like if you don't send your kid to public school, then you have to be homeschooling them and they have to reach certain benchmarks and everything. Like, and if masks are not being enforced in the schools, which I know they're not because I have a younger family member in public school, it just makes the most sense to me to assume that they're going to get it. And like, what chance of them dying are you willing to risk if they catch it? Like, because you're trying to make a decision like, I want to give them this vaccine and I've just been told that there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that the child will just straight up fucking die. Like compare that against like, okay, well, I'm protecting them against getting COVID. If they get COVID and they're not vaccinated, what is the chance that they're going to die from that, you know? Probably just talk to your pediatrician about vaccinating kids or not. It's literally their job to know. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, I also feel like saying not everyone will get COVID at this point. Like, I mean, so if you're in Canada, maybe like you have better restrictions and everything. But like in the United States, I'm pretty sure that this is just going to run along unchecked and continue to get more and more contagious. Like there are people who have been inside the entire fucking time and they've still managed to get COVID because like one of their delivery people had it and like it was in the hallway outside their apartment or whatever. One of my friends was saying that you have a better chance of surviving COVID versus the flu. You also have to take in mind not just your chance of not dying from COVID straight up, but also your chance of other complications afterward. Like, do you want to be permanently like a little bit slower and stupid in your brain? Do you want to potentially have a sudden heart attack or stroke within the first year after you have COVID because you have an increased likelihood to have a heart attack or stroke, sudden blood clot within the first 12 months after you've had COVID? You know, do you want to have permanently altered lung function? Those are all like possibilities that you could run into. And like the post-viral syndrome could also trigger some other illness that you don't know that you have, like some latent, like maybe you're the kind of person who has your post-viral syndrome might develop like chronic fatigue syndrome, which for some people means today is a shower day, meaning I'm going to be in bed and I'm going to crawl into the shower and wash myself and then I'm going to crawl back into bed because that's the only thing I have energy for today. I know people with long COVID and it sucks so much and it's way less likely to happen if you get vaxxed. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. Like I get most of my news from Twitter. So I just I'm getting a lot more direct contact. And I think most people are getting their news about COVID from the news, which has largely stopped talking about it and is framing everything as like, well, now that the pandemic is over. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean the pandemic is over? I'm still like, I'm holding my breath around people. Like my partner and I went to the computer store recently and like we were going to check out and there was a huge line of people and like a whole bunch of people everywhere. And I was like, I have to leave. Like I have to get out of this building and go stand outside and wait because I'm like so paranoid about catching COVID. And of course, nobody's wearing fucking masks anymore except me. And my partner and I are both wearing masks. I don't think I would be in a relationship very long with someone who was not willing to wear a mask during a pandemic. Jamie asks, what does the suffragette flag with the black block stand for? Are you asking about my flag in the background? Or some other thing? Luckily, I have a cute witch mask. Listen, I don't want to be in the endemic stage with COVID. I want to fucking actually do shit that makes COVID go away. It shouldn't be endemic. Endemic COVID, like, you know how we don't have polio in this country anymore? Like, if we didn't get rid of COVID, get rid of polio effectively, there would be like 16 million paralyzed people in the world. And polio is making a comeback. No. Yeah, I know, Max. We talked about it a couple streams ago. Polio is making a comeback as well. But we got rid of it for a long time on U.S. soil. because it will, like, only 1% of people who catch COVID will become paralyzed, but 1% of 1% of a given number of humans is a pretty big number. Like 1% of 7.5 billion is millions of people. That's millions and millions of people, and that's not counting all the people who are going to die from it. Yeah, smallpox is the only thing that we've completely gotten rid of, I think, right? Like, smallpox is completely gone, and polio is close. Yeah, smallpox is gone for now. If many kids or people in general were dropping dead from COVID vaccines, we'd know by now because they've been around long enough now. That's true, Aster Oxide. Also, the fucking conservatives would not shut the hell up about it, you know? They would just go on and on and on and on and on. I've heard of COVID vaccines causing infertility. Maybe. I don't know. That would be interesting. It's weird, though. You got to look at, too, like, is it causing infertility? Because people will say, like, oh, testosterone will cause infertility if you're on it long enough. And while that can be the case for people who are on estrogen, who have, like, sperm production happening, that can just shut it down permanently. But with testosterone, it kind of seems like if you just stop taking T, then the rate of infertility is not that different to the rate of infertility of the overall population. But if you didn't know that you were infertile already, and then you started taking T, and then you came off of it and tried to conceive and couldn't, you might blame it on the testosterone. You know what I mean? And fertility stuff takes a while to study. Yeah, it's not going to be very immediate, the results on that. I'm so glad my best friends are wearing their masks still. I really, like, don't want to become the person who, like scolds my friends for not behaving right. I'm pretty sure most of my friends are behaving right. Like, I have a wedding I'm supposed to go to in October, and I'm kind of like, I hope it's outside. Like, it's going to be kind of cold at that time of the year, but if they're not requiring masks and testing, like, I don't want to be like, I'm not going to your wedding because I've known these people for like over 10 years, but I might also be like, I'm not going to your wedding, you know? Like, I hate having to feel like I would have to make that choice, you know? Remember when whooping cough came back? Yeah. Wasn't that also because they stopped vaccinating for it? I do think that whooping cough made a comeback. That was about 10 years ago, if I remember rightly. Because of vaccine skepticism, and like, whooping cough is horrible. Like, I don't need to scare any of you, right? You all are pro-vaccine, right? I don't need to scare you. Whooping cough is terrifying because when a baby gets whooping cough, like, they can't really catch their breath. Like, it's kind of it's like scary watching like video play of a child with whooping cough, because they're just coughing, like constantly coughing, and then going like they cannot breathe. Like, it's really fucked up. Like, it's not good. I would not go to a wedding unmasked right now. I just not eat or drink anything. I'm like, yeah, if it's gonna be an indoor thing, I'm like, masks and testing required, but like, everybody is like gonna be like, oh, you're overreacting, and I'm gonna be like, well, sorry, I'm just not gonna be. I'll come to the reception if it's outside. There is a whooping cough vaccine, but you can also get very similar disease from other viruses and bacteria. Yeah. Metformin, which is used to treat diabetes, lowers sperm count. Interesting. Eating high levels of high fructose corn syrup can lower fertility. Mellow yellow soda can lower fertility. Soy can lower sperm count. Wait, really? I thought that the shit about soy wasn't true. I did an outdoor wedding at Pittsburgh last summer. How did that go? Did you not get COVID? I was vaccinated but still got whooping cough in 2008. I literally stayed on oxygen for a week, had 2 near-death experiences. It was pure hell to take in every breath. Oh my God. How did that happen if you were vaccinated? I mean, yeah, I guess like as with all things, vaccination doesn't actually prevent you from catching something. It just makes it so that you are better equipped to fight it off, but you can still get sick. I think you have to eat insane amounts of soy for it to lower sperm count. It's like broccoli is technically toxic if you eat like 400 pounds of it, right? Oh, true, Delsings. Masks are great, especially as a trans person TBH, but the safety thing is the primary perk, of course. I love that, like, it's really just like what I'm wearing, because I'm always wearing my mask. So the rest of it, it's like, how am I wearing my hair? Plus, like, what clothes am I wearing? And that's like the entirety of whether I'm going to get gendered male or female, and I can just choose. It's pretty good. So Delsings, soy doesn't actually have any estrogen in it. It has phytoestrogens, which are like a kind of similar looking chemical composition as estrogens, but it's not estrogen in the sense that your body looks at it and binds it to your estrogen receptors. Like, it does nothing to your body in terms of estrogen. Yeah, phytoestrogens. Yeah, they look really similar, but it's like, you know, you get you might get hormone in like the milk that you're drinking. If you drink like cow milk, there might be estrogens in the cow milk that could work in your body because those are mammal estrogens, you know? Tormuz says, pre-pandemic, I sang in a choir, and they resumed rehearsals last year for masked and vaccinated people, but I'm still afraid to go because of how touchy others get, not observing social distancing, and I feel guilty attending, repeatedly asking people not to touch me. There's an overall feeling that I don't have the same level of COVID caution as everyone else. I do feel like, yeah, there's a little bit of that, that sense of like, oh, you're just being like, you're overblowing it. Like, no, fuck you. I don't want to get long COVID. I already have like enough issues that I can't have like I can't work a regular job, you know, like I can't be more fucked up than I am now. Went good. Only one guest was not vaccinated. That's good to hear, Sisukara. Andy's Mints has a trans question. Since trans men and trans masculine people get T, sometimes it converts back to estrogen. So what's up, Intentions Nasty? I saw you earlier and I just like read your name and I was in the middle of talking and then I didn't stop and say hello. Hello. While technically, yes, your body can, if you have too much testosterone, it can reconvert back into estrogen, and technically the same the other way around. It would, like, your level of testosterone would have to be crazy high. Your level of T would have to be like dangerously high before it started reconverting back into estrogen. And I think it's a similar type of thing with estrogen. That if you're trans femme and you're taking estrogen, it would have to be like very, very, very high in order for it to start reconverting back into testosterone. It's still good to get your levels checked on a regular basis, but I don't think that that would be a concern. Yeah, exactly. Max setting, phytoestrogens have a similar function in plants as estrogen does in animals, but you are not a plant. At least I don't think so. Oh my gosh, Ghost Knots says, my grandma has long COVID and she says a lot of things taste like mildew. That doesn't sound good. I don't love that. Your T levels would have to be like over 1,000. Yeah, they would have to be well over 1,000. My doctor was saying, like, if some trans men he's working with have like specific goals and stuff, like he will be comfortable going as high as like 1,200. Like that, like aiming for that blood level of 1,200 units. But yeah, anything more than that, you're running risks of like, I mean, like your hemoglobin and shit. Like, I mean, it's complicated. Would birth control make my estrogen too high, even if I start taking T? So yeah, so birth control and testosterone, absolutely. I'm so down to have this conversation because I literally just today saw someone in a Facebook group saying, I would rather take T than get an IUD. And I was like, no, bad, no. So if you're wanting to take testosterone, I would say generally like you shouldn't take normal birth control pills. Like, I'm not a doctor. I'm saying like if you want to masculinize your appearance, you probably don't want to take combination birth control pills, which have estrogen and progestin in them. But you have plenty of options about birth control when you take T. I'll answer this question first. If you're assigned female and you take birth control, would that make your estrogen too high? Yes. Yeah, not like dangerously too high typically, but the reason why birth control has so many side effects is because it is fucking with your hormones. And it turns out your hormones have they control a lot of other body systems, more so than you would realize. So yes, the side effects that you get from birth control are a result of having too high of estrogen, basically. And you generally don't want to be on E if you're trying to masculinize your appearance. But you can get on a pill that has only the progestin, which is what I take. That one, you have to be very careful about taking it according to the directions at the same time every day and stuff like that. You can also get the little matchstick arm implant thing that's got a slow release of progestin for 3 years. You can also get an IUD, which is an intrauterine device. There is the hormonal type, which also just releases progestin locally in that area. And the copper one, which just is a spermicide. So there you go. T straight up helped me with my anemia issues. Yeah, because it increases your hemoglobin, right? I already had a brain blood clot once. Not keen on getting another. They suck. Holy shit. Brain's still slightly off and will probably stay like that forever. Yeah, what I understand about strokes is that a stroke is when a blood clot gets stuck in a blood vessel in your brain, and your brain will figure out, your blood vessels will figure out a way to get blood to that part, or the clot might not stay there permanently, but once blood gets cut off to part of your brain, the tissue just starts dying immediately. And you'll just lose part of your brain function, I generally don't want to sweat too much. Yeah, it's the tricky thing about hormone therapy is you gotta be willing to accept some of the consequences of it. It turns out I didn't want facial hair, and now I have to tweeze my chin. Oh well. Uhura died? Whoa, what? Are you telling me some news? Are you telling me some news that I hadn't heard? What is her name? I know her name. Fuck. Nichelle Nichols died? Did she for real? Oh, this is hot news. This is brand new news. This is published within the last 10 minutes. Known for her role as Nyota Uhura, the Star Trek actress has sadly passed away at the age of 89. Wow. And we were just watching Heroes. She's in season 2 of Heroes. Wow. Damn. Yeah, Nichelle Nichols passed away. I don't know if I will go back on or not, but the acne really freaked me out. It calms down eventually more again. Maybe your dose was too high. You might start on a lower dose and increase. I recently went off tea because I freaked out over sudden acne. Yeah. You might just have to try a lower dose or start some concurrent treatment for your acne problems. I understand. Sudden changes to your skin and your face and shit. Listen, that's why I don't like the facial hair. I'm this is not my face. It's not good. I'm I get acne when I'm about to start my period and stuff right now. So it's always... So here's the thing about acne, y'all. Especially if you're white, because white people seem to not understand how to take care of our skin. Stop using soap on your face. And maybe on your entire body. I'm not saying stop using cleanser. Stop using soap. Soap destroys this protective layer of oiliness on your skin, and it strips it down, and then your face overproduces oil, and then you get a bunch of fucking acne. Part of my skin regimen at this time is actually I put oil on my body. Like, I put this really light sesame oil all over my body, and then I get in the shower and use a non-soap cleanser, and then when I get out of the shower, I immediately moisturize. I never wash my face, just moisturize. That's probably a good way to do it. Oh, dang. Delsing says, I found out right before getting on tea back in 2018 that my body apparently has a really bad reaction to progesterone. Tea has helped me in so many ways. I wonder if some trans people are just, like, allergic to our natural hormones. Like, you know, like, I get, like, really violently emotional around PMS time, and I'm like, wow, I wonder if I'm just, like, allergic to this shit. During puberty, my mom always recommended soap for acne, which seemed to work okay-ish. It's just gonna dry your skin out, like, a lot. It's just gonna dry your skin out, you know? I have to shave almost daily, or it's embarrassing at work. You might wax. I don't know. Depends on whether you want it to be permanent or not. See, I am not, like, the person to recommend what kind of non-soap cleansers, because I just, like, found a dermatologist on YouTube, and she had some recommendations, and I used her recommendations, and then I found out that all Neutrogena products are made by Johnson & Johnson, and Johnson & Johnson has had several sus lawsuits throughout their time, so I don't really trust their products. So, yeah, I don't really trust their products, and when I next buy non-soap cleanser, I'm going to buy something else. I just don't know any of them yet. Please don't tell me Nichelle Nichols died. I mean, that's what Twitter is saying right now. Twitter is saying that Nichelle Nichols passed away. I have not confirmed, but supposedly her son came forward and said that she passed away. I'm just going to put my hair back away. J&J is like Disney, fingers in too many pies. True. It was posted to her Instagram, so I'm going to say it's real. Let me see. Well, this is written by her son, Kyle Johnson. Friends, fans, colleagues, world, I regret to inform you that a great light in the firmament no longer shines for us as it has for so many years. Last night, my mother, Nichelle Nichols, succumbed to natural causes and passed away. Her light, however, like the ancient galaxies now being seen for the first time, will remain for us and future generations to enjoy, learn from, and draw inspiration. Hers was a life well lived, and as such, a model for us all. I and the rest of our family would appreciate your patience and forbearance as we grieve her loss until we can recover sufficiently to speak further. Her services will be for family members and the closest of her friends, and we request that her and our privacy be respected. Live long and prosper. Oh my God, that was really sweet. Oh my God. Don't cry, okay? Me, trying not to cry. So I realized, I think about this periodically, but earlier today especially, you know, my hair has been falling out precipitously. Like, whenever I run my fingers through my hair, like, it's coming out in handfuls. And I don't, like, think I'm that stressed out. I'm like, am I sick? Or is this just stress? And then I, like, think about Lucy or something. It's usually Lucy right now. And I'm like immediately ready to cry. And I'm like, oh, I'm hanging by a thread. Like, I could just burst into tears at any moment. Like, I would be such a good actor right now if I just, like, got into that moment. Like, it would be so easy for me to produce that emotion. But yeah, it's sucks that Nichelle Nichols has gone. She was 89 though. I feel like she lived a good long life. What's up, Evie? How's it going? Oh, thank you, Mersh. Yeah, my hair looks good. You would never know that I'm losing it. Yeah, I mean, I put it in a braid and stuff to try to preserve it. Like, I put a lot of effort into trying to preserve my hair. I'm not on tea right now, by the way. I know that testosterone can make your hair thin. I'm not on tea, so it shouldn't be happening. I have a night guard and I have nearly bit through it. Oh my god. Does that help you, like, not grind your teeth? Because I might need to get one. Oh, Del Sings, you must not have been around much recently. They ask, have you been assessed for PTSD or CPTSD? I actually just finished treatment for PTSD, and like, I basically, like, my symptoms were resolved to the point of, like, clinically I don't really have PTSD anymore. Although Lucy, my cat, dying has potentially, like, instigated some of those, like, same symptoms. So if that's not feeling better within the next, like, I don't know, few weeks, I might look into, like, have I immediately had a remission? But yeah, I am supposed to be, like, cured of my symptoms. But no, like, my cat died, so the tears make sense. And also, like, my country has become an unsafe place for me to live. Like, I was born here and I'm gonna have to leave. So, like, it's just kind of everything. Stress is crazy damaging to the body. Yeah, I mean, it literally, like, makes your life shorter. Got me on the TV? Yes! Put me on everybody's television. Yeah, you're good, Morgan. You're good. No worries, Del Sings. Yeah, Lucy passed away, like, July 7th, so it's been a few weeks now. I have a night guard for grinding teeth. Yeah, I really need to do that, because I am sure that, like, my teeth are actually losing definition from how much I'm, like, grinding at night. It's an issue. All right. Oh god, we should probably cover more of this news, huh? This has been a lot of just kind of talking about bullshit stream. It's all right. It's all right. Night guards are good for grinding and clenching. Yeah. Like, I practically need one for the daytime. It's wild how often I'm just like, I gotta realize that I'm clenching my jaw. Oh my god, okay. Talk about fucking news now. God. So, the Uprising Bakery, we talked about this on a stream pretty recently. They were going to host a drag event, like an all-ages drag event during the day, like a lunch event or something like that. And I think shortly before it was about to happen, it was vandalized. Like, we already talked about it. There were, like, someone broke all the glass in the front of the building. Someone, like, spray painted on the side of the building. It was not good. So the community seemed to rally behind. They were all very supportive. And it seemed like things were going up. This place is near Chicago, so it's, like, not a very conservative place. So naturally the community around them was like, hey, you know, let's support this business. And the next day that they opened, the community came and bought all of the baked goods. You know, they really came out and supported. But the local government seems to not be on the same page about supporting this business, because after the Proud Boys did vandalism to her business, Uprising Bakery has been told to stop hosting all events by Village of Lake in the Hills, which is the city. Lake in the Hills is the city that they live in, based on not being zoned for events. The owner states that she has been hosting events since the inception of her business. So, update, tonight's event canceled, tomorrow's event canceled. This is the board behind her, I believe, is the board covering the broken window in the front, and a bunch of people have wrote kind messages on it. That's really nice. Queer people exist, get over it. Be you. That's very sweet. stand up with us and help fight this injustice. So apparently the owner has been informed by both her hold on, I can't read. Owner of Uprising Bakery states that the village has informed both her landlord and herself. So the government, the local government, has told her and the landlord that the village may pursue remedies, including suspension or revocation of business license if any events are held. This ordinance invocation directly follows the vandalism. Uprising is forced to cancel a Disney-themed event and a resume workshop. Like, this is the kind of events that this baker has been hosting, is a resume workshop. Like, come here and let's all, like, find out how to write our resumes. Like, stuff that's going to directly help the community. And apparently has been doing this since the inception. Yeah, zoning laws. Not zoned for these events. It's pretty much BS. They're just trying to come up with an excuse to... I mean, I'm sure that they're like, oh, well, we need to find some way of preventing further vandalism, and like that makes our community look bad. Oh, you know what? Well, the vandalism is probably not going to stop. So you know what we should do? We should curb the free expression of that business owner. Republicans, the party of small business. I actually don't know if it's Republicans in this driver's seat on this, but by doing this, Lake in the Hills emboldens the Proud Boys to choose which businesses may be free to operate without criminal harm or undue governmental scrutiny. I mean, ultimately, yeah, you're letting the Proud Boys, like, decide which, which businesses can be free to do whatever. You're saying, like, if the Proud Boys attack a business, then we will put a stop to whatever they're doing that's pissing off the Proud Boys. No business is safe if zoning law can be invoked arbitrarily. Always keep in mind with fucking stupid bureaucratic shit like zoning laws that there is likely to be some law on the books from 1860 that no one has used in like 100 years, but can be invoked to stifle businesses today. Like, just keep in mind that there's probably all kinds of shit like that. All kinds of little loopholes that you can exploit. If the media isn't reporting what's happening at Uprising Bakery at this point, it's a complete abdication of the journalistic duty to cover the news. Oh my God. Yeah. Why are people first hearing about this from... Yeah. So many of these things. Like, why am I hearing it first from a fucking Twitter user who's not a journalist? Like, I am here becoming a journalist because other people are not doing their goddamn jobs. Like, earnestly, like someone between last stream and this stream said that I was becoming their source for American news, which is like an overwhelmingly huge thing for someone to tell you. So apparently the ACLU of Illinois has stepped in. This is a little update. They're representing Uprising Bakery in this matter. So we have the ACLU response now. On behalf of Corinne from Uprising Bakery and Cafe, advise you that the owner of the bakery has canceled the Disney karaoke and the resume writing workshop. Resume writing workshop. Oh my God, kill me. We seek the village's assurance that she will be permitted to hold those events at later dates and to proceed with similar events without interference. Any enforcement actions against Miss Sack or Uprising based on alleged entertainment events would be unconstitutional, and the ACLU of Illinois is prepared to respond appropriately on their behalf. Uprising suffered a vicious attack after it had been publicly criticized for a drag brunch. The attack caused serious and expensive property damage, including hateful graffiti targeting the business and the queer community. The business owner continues to receive hate mail and threats. The village officials initially seemed inclined to support her and her business in the wake of this event. However, they have chosen to give the person who attacked and vandalized the building exactly what they wanted, which is that the village is attempting to block the drag brunch and any other program deeming as an entertainment event by threatening Miss Sack and her landlord with fines, license revocations, and other, quote, enforcement actions. We dispute the letter's characterization of Uprising programs as, quote, entertainment events, which are prohibited in the B2 zoning district. Even if that characterization is correct, however, the village's sudden determination to enforce the code is based on their... to enforce the code against Uprising or Miss Sack based on their exercise of First Amendment rights constitutes an unconstitutional retaliation. Wow. So, in conclusion, we request the village's assurances that it will not take these enforcement actions or retaliatory actions, directly or indirectly, for example, by threatening or carrying out enforcement against her landlord, or otherwise interfere with constitutionally protected speech at uprising, including but not limited to the drag brunch, which has been rescheduled for August 7th, the sip and paint party, which is art instruction. That's a workshop. Yeah, you cannot say that a workshop is an entertainment event. The drag brunch, I don't know, like, I guess if everybody is encouraged to come dressed in drag and it's like everybody kind of having fun together, like if it's participatory, but if it's just a drag performer while people are eating lunch, like that's entertainment. The resume writing workshop and Disney karaoke party, future programs of like nature, or advertising or publicizing of those programs. Further, we ask you to instruct the village of its responsibility to preserve all records relevant to this matter in light of possible litigation. Yeah. So they're countersuing, or I mean, they haven't been sued. They are now suing in the first place to say like, hey, excuse me, the government is impeding upon our freedoms. Why are you impeding upon our freedoms? It really does seem like the Proud Boys are holding the town hostage. Yeah, that the Proud Boys can just do a violence and you'll be like, oh, well, I guess we'll just make sure to not piss them off again. That's the correct solution to this problem, is to stifle the freedom of expression. Like, seriously, I don't know whether this town is ruled by like a Democratic or Republican leaning like city council or whatever the fuck kind of government they have in the municipality, but it's like such a conservative response to have, to be like, well, if you would just not piss them off. And like the queer response is like, you're about to be like a lot more mad because I'm gonna double triple down on this shit, you know? Like, ooh, that's the autistic queer response, I guess. If you're open to talk about it, what kind of treatment did you do for PTSD? Yeah, I will get back to that in just a second. Even if the news is so fucking annoying, I feel like it's my civic duty to be annoyed by it. Honestly, I have to take deliberate breaks sometimes, but again, what happened to businesses get to do what they want? No gay cakes, but if you get attacked by Nazis, you'll be threatened with being shut down permanently. Pretty much. They just want to curb queer expression and queer existence. Like, it's just like the fucking abortion thing. People don't understand that if you make abortion illegal, it doesn't stop abortion. Like, abortion happens at the same rate in countries where it's illegal versus where it's legal. It's just deadlier in countries where it's illegal. So that's a fun little argument to have, because then you get to pin a Christian down into like just barely not saying that they think that a person deserves to die for trying to abort their kid. That's the thing. That's the thing. If you learn anything from me, I want it to be something along those lines. That, like, I mean, personally, one of my favorite things to do is to just like corner someone into saying the fucked up thing that's underlying their beliefs, you know? Like, I got into it one time about Mike Brown. I pinned someone down into saying that they thought that he deserved to get shot by the police for stealing cigars, allegedly. And I was like, this conversation is over. Get the hell out of my face. So you know, for me, at that point, I'm usually getting annoyed and I'm like, I just want this conversation to be over. So I just pin them into saying the horrible thing. And then I can just, oh, well, you're not worth talking to. Like, you're a horrible person. Goodbye. And I don't actually know if that works or helps change anything in the world, but it certainly makes me feel better. The powers that be are an accident waiting for an incident. We accidentally trusted them to be in power, and they are waiting for an incident such as this to show their true colors. I mean, you know. My dad is a very polite person who has the most atrocious politics ever, and it bugs the shit out of me because I know he knows his politics are atrocious because I have to pull teeth for him to say them. Yeah, like, they know that they believe fucked up shitty things, and like, forcing them to confront that directly. I mean, I honestly, like, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I don't think people do fucked up shit on purpose for the most part. I think people mostly don't know. Like, if you're, I honestly think that people who do like abusive, manipulative stuff probably don't know that what they're doing is abusive and manipulative. Like, you know, this person who's going through a breakup might actually be suicidal, but they're also like telling the person who's trying to break up with them in a way that's like trying to get them to stay, and they're being honest, but at the end of the day the honesty is manipulative, you know, like I don't think that people really do fucked up shit on purpose, but I also think that people are really determined to preserve their sense that they're a good person, to the point where like when you tell them plainly what it is that they're doing, they will double down on being a shitty person to you. Like they'll double down on the thing that compromises their ability to see themselves well, rather than actually face the thing and be like, oh no, I'm fucked up and I'm doing this shitty thing. You know, like that is such a threat to their like concept of self that they will actually just continue doing like fucked up shit, you know? If these businesses just give into what is basically terrorism, we all lose. Honestly, it's gonna be a nightmare scenario. They know what they do is morally wrong, yet they do it anyway in secret. The most dangerous kind of person politically. Yeah. Just dropped in. The stream thumbnail says starting soon. Some people might not come in because of that. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of other YouTubers that stream that I know of like do the same thing. So I haven't like done the same thing. Like I haven't changed it. I just do the same thing as they do. So I don't know. I will take it into account. Ultimately, what I want the thumbnail to be is I want it to be like an illustration of a dragon. But I started to commission someone to that, and they were like, I'm very busy with uni. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So now I gotta like commission a different artist to get it together. Self-reflection is hard, and most people don't want to do it, to the point that they will really reach for rationalizations for their behavior. Yeah. So to answer the question, how did I cure my PTSD? I did prolonged exposure therapy. And I know some people will say like, oh my God, you can't do exposure therapy if you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Well, okay, guess what? I wasn't like abused one time. You know, I grew up in an environment where it was just like a constant low level background with occasional like actual violent episodes, and like otherwise it was just the constant threat of violence. So my trauma was complex, and I did prolonged exposure therapy, and it makes your symptoms a lot worse for about 2 months. And then after about like 10 weeks of doing it, you just suddenly start to notice that your symptoms are resolving, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? So yeah. Prolonged exposure therapy. EMDR is also similarly effective. EMDR. Can I just say, the last stream that we had, like Thursday or whatever, like Thursday, we had like about 40, 45 people consistently. Today we've consistently had 50 plus people. My horde is growing. Oh, I was gonna I was gonna look at a thing and show you a thing that I'm very happy about. I want to show you a thing because I really appreciate this. I have reached 30,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel twice, and then it's dropped back down because YouTube seems to run like a protocol to remove spam accounts, and it like triggers every time you upload a video. So I started uploading regularly, and I get this script running on my channel all the time, and it was really frustrating. I don't think there's anything on here that is going to... I don't think anything on here is going to hurt anything. So this is the back end of my YouTube channel. And I just want to say, like, at one point it had dropped to, you can see I'm over here. It had dropped down to like 29,600. I think that's the lowest it got. And now it's climbing back up. It's going back up, 29,771. I'm very happy about that. And I appreciate it. My horde is growing. I'm just going to be more and more and more powerful. Yeah, the constant threat of violence was not fucking fun. Yeah. I'm still needing to process too much from kid times. I mean, the weird thing is that, like, we just picked one memory, and, like, it was just, like, there's a clear beginning and end to this memory, so it's easy to walk through. And, like, the thing is that, like, all of my symptoms have resolved. So it's like I didn't need to go through each thing that my mom ever did to me. And not only that, but like other things that have been traumatic to me in my adulthood, you know? Like, I've had jobs that caused me additional trauma and stuff in my adulthood. And yeah, it's just weird. I don't know why it works, but it does. Like, it's very strange. Yeah, seeing the back end. True, Smuggy. The Dragon's Horde and the Kobolds unite to unleash our fury. True. There is only one future, won by blood and fire. The rot seeps into the foundations and will only be cleansed by doing away with the whole structure and starting fresh. I know. I feel like I gotta get the fuck out of here. Because I just don't think it's gonna get better without, like, shit being on fire first. And I am just not interested in doing that. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be one. I'm not healthy enough to be that person. And also I'm trans and I don't want to have the police be like, which prison are we putting you in? Maybe we're going to rape you first. Like, oh, no, thank you. I'm good. Oh, I have a long health track record. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Del Sings. I get you. Yeah, yeah, like, if you have a multitude of health things that need to be addressed, I can see it being like, well, the thing is that, like, getting the trauma resolved might actually help some of your physical symptoms. Like, are any of your health problems otherwise exacerbated by stress? If so, your body might be existing in stress mode because the trauma is unaddressed. You know what I mean? Job market trauma is always fucked. I mean, like, I worked for the post office. I don't know if any of you know this. I was a mailman for like about a year. And that was the worst job I think ever. Like, I really didn't enjoy this most recent, like, being an electrician shit. It was really very stressful to me physically. But, like, I got bit by a dog on 2 separate occasions. I have a scar on my belly here from one of them, and a scar on, like, the back of my leg from another time that a dog bit me. And I was working overtime every week because the person who designed the route that I was on would run every day. So I was, like, trying to work on normal pace, and I couldn't physically get it done on time every day. And I was, like, skipping lunch and shit, too. Like, it was not good. I'm working on getting into the USPS. Don't get into the USPS. Like, I can't. Holy fuck, postmen really do get chased by dogs. I have never been chased by a dog, but yes, that does happen. I didn't get chased by, well, I guess technically I was chased by, like, tiny dogs, but I had the opportunity to pepper spray near those tiny dogs, and so they ran away. But yeah, no, it's the worst. So if you're, judging by German standards, I have no idea what the labor is like in Germany, right? But here's the problem with the USPS. When you start at the USPS, you are a junior employee. You're like a new member of the union if you join the union, which I think you should. I think you should join the union. But, like, the thing is that, like, when you first start, if you're an assistant, which is usually what you start out at, you start as a temporary employee, an assistant, and you're on the mandatory overtime list when you first start. You're not on a consistent route. Usually you're being made to do a brand new route every day practically, which means that you don't get into a rhythm with any of the shit that you're doing. And yes, it does help significantly to get into a rhythm with the shit that you're doing when you are a mailman or a mail carrier or whatever. When it comes to asking for time off, you will not get any of the days that you ask off if it is anywhere near a regular holiday for, I don't even know how long. Years and years and years. If you request off Christmas, guess what? Every other fucking person in the place asks off Christmas, and seniority always trumps. You will never get anything if someone with higher seniority than you wants it. If you're trying to get on a better route because the route that you're on is designed for someone who used to run it every day and you're on overtime every single fucking day, well, if someone with more seniority than you wants the other route, fuck you. Like, it is a... And here's the thing, too. I don't know if this is true of other industries, but in my experience, this is the one union job that I've had, and there is just like a constant palpable tension between the shitty corporation that wants to make you do a bunch of inhumane shit and the union, which is like, you can't make us do inhumane shit. Like, it's just really stressful and fucked up, and like the union is like technically supposed to have your back or whatever, but it's not worth it. And I lived in a place where I mean, it just wasn't a good area, and like people would leave their dogs outside and let them get vicious because they needed someone to protect their house because like crime was high, you know, like theft was happening. There was 1 2-week period at my job I was in Kansas City. There were 3 shootings on my route or along my route. So the one that I was on was in the very early in the morning. I was doing the thing that most mailmen you think of when you see mailmen. You're like, oh, you're leaning out the door and you're like sticking mail into the mailbox, right? I had like 1 hour of that in the morning, and then another big thing that you do at the post office is like you park your vehicle and then you walk down the street and then back up the other side, and then you get back in the vehicle and scoot over to the next block and walk down there and come back up. And then the other thing that's kind of less common but very, very shitty is if the houses are too far apart for you to just park and then walk down and then walk back up. Like if it, you know, it's unreasonable for you to take that much empty space in between each house while you're just walking. And the mailboxes are not by the street. You have to, what's called scooting, which is when like you are in the mail truck and you drive down the road like 20 feet, and then you park, and then you get out and you go up to the mailbox and you put the stuff in, and then you get back in the mail truck and you scoot down the street like 20 feet, and then you know, do that. And the fun thing about that is that you are supposed to, like safety wise, you are supposed to buckle your seatbelt and close the door every single time you operate the vehicle, like anytime you move the vehicle. But how the fuck are you going to do that and still get done on time? Like, so one time when I was being shadowed to see like, how is the route going? I got like penalized for like not putting on my seatbelt every single fucking time. And it's like, I will not get done until 5 o'clock. And I got here at 7:30, you know, like that's ridiculous. Sometimes you're delivering after dark. And if you're delivering after dark in a place where fucking shootings are common, like just cross your fingers, just hope that nothing bad is going to happen to you. But like along parts of my route, so on the walking part of my route, when I would get out and just walk along the street and then go up to a person's house and then go up to the next house, you know, one time there was a house that had the front door was like glass, and it was like pretty thick, nice solid glass, you know. One time I walked up to that house because the mailbox was, you know, on the porch, like, you know, connected to the wall. I walked up there one time and there were just a bunch of fucking bullet holes in the door, which had not been there the last time I was up there, right? And then later on, in that 2-week period of time, one of the places where I would just drive past to get to the next street over, there was like a little, you know, bunch of fake flowers just hanging out there, right? And one other time, what's up, James? Again, or Holland, James. Sorry, Holland, coming back again with another account. This was even worse. One time, in that same period of time, there was a shooting and some flowers had gotten placed, but I wasn't really thinking about it. Like, I hadn't really even considered that there had been a shooting there. I was like, whatever. The neighbor one time, while the flowers and shit were still there, the neighbor came out and like told me in explicit detail, like about this dude getting shot in the face in the middle of the day. And like, I'm sitting here delivering the mail in the middle of the day. Like, I had a panic attack, like genuinely, for like 3 hours. And I had to finish my fucking work day. And then I also like couldn't quit that job because I was making way more money than my partner at the time. I was like the one making the majority of money, and I couldn't just quit my job. So I just had to keep going to a job where like there were shootings happening on a regular basis. And like, yeah, the dog thing. The first time I got bit by a dog, it's because the lady, like, she was pulling the dog back away from the mailbox. And then she was on the phone, and like right as I got to the mailbox, which for some reason the dog's leash was long enough for it to get there from the house, you know? Like as I got to the mailbox, she like, fumbled the fucking leash and let it go. And the dog comes up and like bites me on like the belly. And like, he like pinched my skin between his two teeth. Like if you were to go like this, it was just like a pinch. So there wasn't very much, like there was no rabies risk because he didn't penetrate my clothes, but still. And then like about a year later, I had a dog who did not even live in that fucking neighborhood. Did not even live in that neighborhood. Sneak up behind me, did not growl, did not bark. Sneak up behind me and just bite me, like on the calf, like turned his little head and like, like bite me. I was pissed. I was so mad. And those scars are like deep, like those are like penetrative wounds. It's fucking annoying. The local post office would love new employees because they literally can't find anyone who wants to work. Yeah, I mean, stop like abusing your employees. Anyway, that was in 2016, so it's a long way gone now, but still. I'm surprised you're not asking me why I come here little by little and use different accounts. I mean, it is weird, but I'm like, I mean, it like doesn't make any difference to me. It's weird, but yeah, that's legit workplace trauma. Yeah, no, it's fucked up. I got to a point where I would call in sick when I couldn't come to work, like when I couldn't stop crying, like when I knew that I was going to go to work and I was just going to be openly weeping as I walked down the street doing my job. Glad you could make streaming full time. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't, it ended up not being optional to make streaming full time, and things are still tight, but it's going better. I did a GoFundMe last week, and you all funded it in a day to help me pay for all like the x-rays and shit that it cost to get, and like the cremation cost to get Lucy's ashes back, this cute little box that they charged me a bunch of money for. So that's really cool. Very much appreciated. So that like $500 is just going straight to paying that debt down, and then the debt will be gone. So I don't have to think about it anymore. Thank you so much. The hippies and rednecks in the local post office won't abuse you in the traditional sense. They're lazy enough that they will leave most of the work to you. That's the problem. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, it's like, that's what's abusive about it, is that they just expect you to do like a fuck ton of work. Glad it got covered. Yes, I'm super glad too. I kind of was thinking to myself, like, this is a relatively small amount. Hopefully, like, if we just get like 5 big donations, it's going to go through. So yes. When Patreon money comes in, then I will have like enough in the bank to actually just make that final payment to the debt and get it done. Does your cat get along with dogs? I don't know. My cat has not been around dogs very consistently in a long time, but he was kind of raised by a dog, so probably. I don't know where he's at right now, but I'm getting kind of warm. I might have to take off my hoodie at some point. But yeah, I'm super appreciative. Like, you know, when you say like, I'm glad you could make streaming work full time, that's all you. That's all you all. That's all donos, you know? Like, I make money on YouTube AdSense, but like barely. The overwhelming majority of like my income and my ability to keep bringing you content and shit is supported by viewers like you. Thank you. I don't know how to not be awkward about it. I've been praying for my sister's money situation as well, and she's thinking about getting a lawyer involved because she's not getting paid. Yeah, you should definitely get a lawyer involved if it's like a paychecks are not going through kind of problem. That's, you know, that's fucked up, shitty. I'm about to move into another topic. Excuse me. If you have not yet hit like on the stream, excuse me, please do that really quick for me, please. Please do that really quick for me, please. And then I guess, okay, we'll do this one first because I don't know that I have a lot to add to this one. Oh yeah. USPS sounds at least as bad as doing delivery for apps. I've never done delivery for apps. I did deliver pizza for a while, which also was not the best. I mean, it was not nearly as bad as the mail, but it was still bad. I'm helping raise 4 feral kittens with a mama cat who moved in. They are somewhat dog-like because our husky here. Cat dogs. Yeah, my sister-in-law has a cat that didn't really care about her kittens, so the dog kind of stepped in and raised the kittens a little bit. What's up, Paul Hack? Yeah, you are a little bit late, but that's okay. Oh my god, let me take off this hoodie because it's getting a little bit toasty in here. It's getting a little bit warm under these lights. Oh my god, that's immediately better. Okay. Oh, gosh. Gosh. I don't know what that was. Don't question me. Oh, y'all, I'm so excited. It's like 2.5 hours until Demon Mama stream starts. So excited. And I just can't hide it. Very enthused. It's been like well over a month. We get the Demon Mama back. I was looking for something funny that I tweeted. Did I tweeter something funny recently? I twatted something funny. Yeah, tweeter twatted is just a thing that I just came up with. First of all, a trans woman posted about trans women experiencing a menstrual cycle on HRT, which was like, validation. What's up, Maria? Welcome to the chat. New to the chat, so good to have you here. If you're on desktop, you might be interested in joining the website chat, which is the top link in the description of the video, but it's okay if you're on mobile. It's probably going to work better for you on the YouTube chat. Yeah, speaking of what we were just talking about, you know, this like ship dynamic meme that's going around, like my favorite ship dynamic, me and an insane amount of money. If the conservatives want me to shut up forever, it's $5,000 a month. That's not even that high. I will stop doing no. Will I stop doing political advocacy for $5,000 a month? That's way too low. I will stop doing political advocacy for $500,000 a year. If I am given $500,000 a year, I will stop doing political advocacy. That's the price. DM is doing her comeback stream during the final day of a heat wave. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I love Culver's. They're so good. But Culver's is really expensive. Give money, please. True. Website totally works on mobile. People have trouble with it on their phones. Like, getting the website to work at the same time as the chat. It's just a little funky for people. What have you twat? Oh dear. If you walked into a bathroom at Walmart and you saw Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson having sex while wearing makeup on and they told you, you tell anybody we will ruin you, what would you do? I would probably blackmail them, you know? I would be like, how much money are you willing to pay for this silence, you know? Yeah, you can buy my silence for $8,000 a month, I will shut up. That's not enough money though. Because I care very much about my political advocacy. And so, good night, Tormoose. Have a good one. If someone wanted me to stop doing political advocacy, they would really need to, like, really pony up. Because you have to pay me enough to, like, stop raging against the machine. Do you know what I mean? It would take a lot of effort. I would have to create, like, a burner Twitter account where I could post and, like, pretend that it wasn't me. How about $2 million a month? I mean, that would more than cover it. I already said it would be $500,000 a year. If you gave me $500,000 a year, I think that would be enough money for me to shut the fuck up forever. So $2 million a month would definitely more than cover it. I'm wearing a tank top and a bra because I think I'm about to start my period. My boobs are embiggen right now, so I was like, I'm not gonna try to wear like a sports bra today. I'm like, we need some support. Burn her Twitter account and use Tails and Tor so they can't trace it back to you. I know. I should get a VPN. What's everybody's opinions on VPNs? What VPN do you use? I'll stop doing political advocacy for the low price of one Raytheon knife missile, Pepe. Oh, dear me. Watch my fucking burner Twitter account that I'm when I'm not supposed to be doing Twitter advocacy. They would, like, that account is the one that suddenly becomes famous. VPN is like a condom for your internet usage. Yeah, I just meant like which one my partner switches between all of them for their free trials. I have Checkpoint Mobile for VPN at work. Okay. Yeah, no, honestly, Del Sings, I couldn't imagine that level of income. Jamie says no amount of money could keep me quiet about my principles. I mean, yeah, like I said, I would still rant about stuff, but I would just do it on like a different account. Nord right now. Tor, CyberGhost, NordVPN, and ExpressVPN. Surfshark. Nord is better but more expensive. Yeah, I just realized that I probably should go ahead and get one. I would like to get one that would, if we can get a VPN that would, like, we can share an account so that both of our computers or whatever, like, every device can be covered, you know? That would be cool. I use Atlas VPN. Okay. If the VPN is based in a European country, it's not really protected from government surveillance, but sometimes you just need your ISP to not see you doing stuff, you know? And then the Euro ones are fine for that. I don't know where any of them are based from, you know? In the end, the same data your ISP normally has is at the VPN provider. So I guess it's just about which VPN do I trust to have my data more than the ISP. DuckDuckGo instead of Google too? Okay. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of already trusting Google and my ISP with a lot of information. CyberGhost is outside of the Five Eyes. Servers in Romania. Okay. Can't watch Kung Fu Panda in the US. Joke's on you. I bought the DVDs. Okay. Proton Mail instead of Gmail. I honestly probably need to do a lot of research into like how to be more secure. But again, at the end of the day, I'm just like, every single thing that I think of that I'm like, I should get some body armor, or I'm like, I should get a gun. Actually, I just was talking to my partner about self-defense stuff, and I was like, I'm thinking more along the lines of like learning how to disarm someone. And my partner was like, you should probably just get trained on how to use a gun. And I was like, are you sure? Like, I mean, I don't think I should have a gun because I just feel like if I have one bad day, I'll shoot myself. But like my partner actually thinks that I could or should get one, you know. It's too hot for body armor, let alone binders. True. But yeah, every time I get to thinking about one of these things, I'm like, I should get trained on how to use a gun. I'm like, I just need to get the fuck out. I just need to get out of this country. But I'm probably going to be stuck here for at least another couple years. So like maybe I should get a gun in the meantime. I don't know. How do you make choices like this? If you're a person who like, I used to be suicidal all the time and now I'm normally not suicidal, but when I am, like sometimes I am. You can get gun training and not own a gun yourself. I mean, yeah, but the suggestion was that I should have a gun. Yeah, Silent, that's the other thing too. Is like, I could probably get a gun in Kansas, but I actually haven't researched the gun laws for Washington yet. The only research I've done about living in Washington is I looked up the lease, like the rent amounts for houses near Seattle. And then I told my partner that I was looking for houses near Seattle, and he was like, I will not live in Seattle. So we might have to have a conversation about, like, making declarative statements during a conversation that needs to be more of a negotiation. He was like, I don't want to live anywhere close to where I can even see the light from Seattle in the sky. And I'm like, it's not like we're settling down there, you dip fuck. We're only going to live there for a year. I would rather live close to my friends in the city for a year. I mean, he just doesn't want to live in a big city. Like, I don't really think either of us has a good conception of what it would be like to actually be in a big city like that, because we don't live in a big city like that, you know? But I'm like, fucking God forbid you live in a walkable community. Violence will follow wherever you go. The problem is with mental health. Yeah. Gun safe maybe with keys that you share with your partner. Yeah, I'm like, I feel like if my gun is at home, it can go like, if my gun is at home, it can be in the safe or whatever. It's just like I would take it with me when I'm out and about, I guess. Goodbye, Mickey. Goodbye. Is this what we love about my streams? Do we love that I just talk about like a news thing and then get off track for like an hour after that news thing? Seattle is weird for a big city. I have not seen pics of your neighborhood. No. I have absolutely no idea where you live. It looks kind of flat. Like when you're just looking at like maps from above. It looks like a lot flatter. You think of Seattle and you think like I'm imagining like a lot of tall buildings, but I don't actually know if you have like a lot of tall buildings. We will have whoever we live with control the ammo. Yeah, I guess that might be the way. That might be the way to do things if I get a gun, is to like get trained on how to use one, take it out when I'm in public and feel like I need it, but like otherwise leave it at home and in the gun safe and have my partner have the key. That's probably fine. I love the chilling streams. Good stream vibe, news and chatting combined, and like occasional like fucking rants about the USPS. Yeah, so part of why I'm like not really hardcore on my masculine presentation anymore is because I refuse to wear a binder. Like it's too hot, it's uncomfortable. I like my boobs, like I'm not fucking binding anymore. And it's yeah, it's way too hot. Like some people that I've known for a long time were like surprised at Renaissance Festival last year because I was like wearing a crop top and a skirt, and they were like, "You're such an interesting person." And I was like, "Listen, hunty, it's too hot to be in boy mode. It's too hot. Too many layers, okay?" Occasional Beaver games. Yeah, I haven't played Beaver game in a long time. Number one cause of gun death is suicide. Yeah, that's the thing. I would need my accountability buddy to help me. That's a phrase that my partner came up with while we were playing Among Us. You have an accountability buddy? I still get wearing misgendered wearing a binder. That's the other thing too. I have yet to find a binder. I mean, basically all it does is just creates a uniboob, which doesn't really, at the end of the day, look much different than it doesn't look much different than a sports bra. I think accountability buddy is from South Park. I'm not actually sure if it came from South Park or if the phrase just spontaneously erupted, because I don't think either of us really watches South Park, or at least we haven't in a long time. That might be where it's from. Yeah, I don't want to wear... Binding isn't ideal when you're a big cup. Listen, I am skinny, and I feel like I don't look like I have big boobs, but like, I have double Ds. They just happen to be distributed in a broad fashion. Accountability buddy is from South Park because the term before that was accountability buddy. I mean, the term is accountability buddy until you get one person who likes to portmanteau words together, and then it's accountability buddy. But I wouldn't be surprised if it did originally come from South Park. My ribs already start to hurt and I don't even wear it every day. Sometimes when I'm stretching or taking a deep, deep breath, my sternum will pop, and I'm like, is that because of wearing a binder for so many years? I don't actually know. I know that I hurt one of my ribs wearing a bodice. I was too young. Listen, do not ever let a growing person wear a bodice unless, like, you're checking with them very often to see if it's okay for them to wear it. Because I was wearing a bodice and, like, my friend, like, squeezed me, and I'm pretty sure that one of my ribs has been subluxed for, like, the past 14 years. Which is half my life ago. Now that I'm 28, like, a lot of important things in my life started happening to me between the ages of, like, 13 and 15. So I get to be at this great point in my life now where I'm like, oh, this thing that was really important, well, that was half my life ago. Fucking aging is a good thing, okay? Don't worry. Don't get too fucked up about it. Aging is a good thing. I'm starting to get white hairs. I intentionally wear binders that are one size too big so they're more comfy. That's a good idea. And it's also good to wear a binder one size too big if you're going to exercise or swim in it. I, too, am patiently waiting for the days that boobs aren't sexualized. At this point in my life, I basically just, like, wear a sports bra and otherwise kind of, like, loose clothing, and I accept that I'm going to be perceived as, like, a tomboyish woman, and I just don't fucking care because I don't talk to anyone anyway. Oh my god. You should also do gun training for when it's time for the revolution. What I'm saying, NBJ, is that I want to get out of this country and not be here when the revolution happens. I don't want to be here when the revolution happens. I don't want to give my life for this country or like for the revolution. Like, I know that's really selfish and shit. And I know that if everybody was as selfish as this, then it wouldn't, you know, nothing would ever change. But like, fuck it. Like, fuck it. I decided a long, long time ago that I was not going to martyr myself for this country, you know? Yeah, waiting for the days when boobs aren't sexualized, though. For real. Honestly. Aging also sucks, though. I mean, I think that we all get the idea that aging sucks from everywhere else. I don't want to, like, reinforce that, you know? Because honestly, I've been excited ever since I was a kid and understood that, that, like, my hair on the sides of my temples was going to start turning white in my mid-20s. Because, like, that's when a bunch of people in my mom's side of my family have their hair start to turn white in their mid-20s. It started to happen to me, and I was like, fuck yeah, I'm excited about it. Like, I'm excited. I want to embrace change. Wearing one size too big, not huge breasts, but lots of fat. Oh, yeah, that's fair too. I'll help smuggle you back into the autonomous Cascadia region after the revolution. I wanted to get out of my own country since I was a kid. Being in the middle of historical conflict sucks. I've wanted to get out. Yeah, I feel like maybe part of the reason why I've never established community here is because I've always known that I want to leave. Like, even if it's just I want to move to Washington someday, or like I want to move to Oregon someday. I don't have a lot of friends here. Like, most of the friends that I have here are people that my partner is friends with, and I just am also friends with them because we've been together for 13 years. So yeah. I guess I'm getting started preliminarily. I'm like, oh, I'm going to start establishing my community in a place where I do want to live, and then I'll just have the community there when I want to go live there. Aging is better than the alternative. Honestly, though, I think that I would take, if I were to, like, freeze now and not age anymore, and, like, also not get cancer as a result of not aging, and then, like, just be immortal forever like this, I think I would do that. Yeah. I mean, it would suck if I lasted past the existence of someone to talk to. Like, if I existed past, like, humanity in general, I guess that would kind of suck. Eventually, you know, in millennia, when I'm just alone, floating through space, chilling or whatever. But yeah, no, I think I would take it. I feel somewhat old realizing that I was 18 10 years ago. I know. Yeah. I'm about to have my 10-year anniversary of my wedding. Not really wedding, my marriage. We didn't really have a wedding. We got married. Existence is a resistance. Staying alive is praxis. By the way, drink water reminder. Good point, Kent. Remember to drink water. I was 18, 19 years ago. Oh no, it was more than half your life ago. Oh no. Oh gosh. Trying to choke. Oh my gosh, okay. So yeah, it happens. Aging. I think we should embrace it, you know? I don't think we should be like, you know, anti-aging. I was not going to go to the reunion from my high school, though. Aging is also pretty great. Like, little old lady who lives in the woods is pretty close to peak gender for me. Indeed. Binders seem so restrictive and uncomfortable. Yeah, they are not comfy. Like, it's not like a good fun time to wear a binder. It's just like, I'm willing to tolerate being physically uncomfortable all day in exchange for a small amount of increased, like, emotional comfort, basically. Interesting that the USPS is trending on Twitter right now. We were just talking about that. Oh yeah, I was like gonna start a segment with you. I have to pee though. If you haven't hit like yet, hit like really quick, and then we're gonna talk about the biological sex affidavit that this Oklahoma school sent home with a student for their parent to sign. Yeah. Okay. Be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Okay. We're back. Hello. Do you like the vaporwave lighting today? That's what I decided to go with. I decided that it was time for the blue and the pink. What's up, Quarbarian? Welcome in. It restricts you from wearing stuff like crop tops and skin-tight stuff unless you want to look weirdly lumpy. True, yeah. I wish that athletic tape weren't such a shitty thing. Like, you know, like people will get like KT tape, like athletic tape, and they'll like take the tape and they'll go like, and it like smooshes down their boobs to the side, and like yeah, that it like makes it easier to wear certain things that way. Like I honestly think that looking like you have a little bit of moob like separated actually looks more masculine than having like a sports bra or a binder type look where it's like across the front like this. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like flat across the front and it's just like a solid bump. Like I almost find it easier to hide if you just pull a Ty Turner and take like some clear Scotch tape and just tape your nipples down, you know? But you have to be really small chested in order for that to work. Like small chested and then also like work up your pecs and your shoulders to like make that look bigger. Trans tape also does not work with larger chests. So yeah, so first of all, it doesn't really work super well with larger chests, but it will tear anyone's skin if you wear trans tape or KT tape, athletic tape, whatever you want to call it. Once you put it in place, you have to recommend it for like, or sorry, not recommend. I just read the word recommend from the YouTube chat. Sorry. You have to be ready to put it in place and then like leave it there for 2 or 3 days because it will not come off without taking some of your skin with it. Unless you like rub yourself in oil, like you have to rub baby oil or whatever. It'll come off easier if you wear it for a few days, but you cannot like apply new trans tape every day. I wouldn't want top surgery if my boobers were just small. I don't know. I guess intentions. I don't know if you are like non-binary or more like identified as a trans man, but like I know plenty of people who just get surgery to have smaller boobs, you know? Like I made a video about it at one point where I was like, my chest is actually like the size that some people go for. Like my chest is a goal chest for people who are trying to be androgynous because they can choose between like, I can bind reasonably well, but I can also pull out the titty reasonably well. So, that's kind of how I've come to feel better about my chest, is like, I can bind if I want to. I don't have to. The trans tape company had some shady essential oil MLM stuff going on. See, this is why I can't take fucking sponsorships. This is why this show is viewer supported only. Because watch me take a sponsorship and then find out that the company is fucked up somehow. Trans mask non-binary, but very fluid. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if you've ever looked into reductions, but I'm in like a lot of Facebook groups. I mean, yeah, you're in like a European country, and I'm not sure what the options even are for you. Getting lots of gender euphoria from my chest lately. That's very cool. You're still like in your first year on estrogen, or 2 years or so? You can bind if you want to. I can leave my tits behind. Oh my god, NBJ, I love that so much. How's everyone doing today? What's up, Quarbarian? It was a weird night here last night. A ton of fireworks went off all at once, probably 1,000 plus in a 5-minute period just after midnight, like a block from here in LA. Then there was a couple in a bad fight next door at 5 a.m. At least it's only 3 days till New Face Day. New Face Day? Are you getting FFS? That's so exciting! Or a facial harmonization surgery, as Jessie Gender called it. I watched my first Jessie Gender video this week because Max, who probably isn't here anymore at this point, because Max has children who need to go to sleep at this time of night over there in Europe. Max posted a video. No, I've never watched her before. Like, I know of her. Like, she's cool and everything. What's up, Max? And I think I watched some of Vosh responding to her response to Vosh being misogynistic at J.K. Rowling. But I had not gone in and watched any of her shit. But she posted about her FFS this week, and Max posted about that in the Discord, And I thought that video was really good. It was really emotional video. I found it very emotionally affecting. I still call it FFS. Okay, yeah. Facial harmonization surgery. You need to eat lunch. Anybody who's here and is like avoiding eating because they're here, stop it. Knock it off. But yes, she seems pretty cool. I like Jessie Gender. I should make biscotti. I guess I'm gonna make chicken thighs tonight. That's what I pulled out of the freezer earlier today. I'm scared of watching Jazdy's video. Contras ticked off some of my brain weirdness and gave me real bad brain vibes. What about Contra? Natalie didn't post a video, did she? Saw some of her vid. Amusingly, I'm more used to seeing her doing a sci-fi fantasy video. Yes. Oh, I see the FFS video. Oh, sure, yeah. I would say it's a very intense video. Her one about facial feminization surgery is very intense because, I mean, really, like, spoiler? Like, I'm going to spoil the premise of the video, which it is a surprise in the video. What it ends up being is she does a Socratic dialogue with footage that she shot before surgery, and then her post FFS recording in like a cross from it, like a shot reverse shot thing. And it is kind of upsetting in a way because the pre-surgery version of her is basically like asking a bunch of kind of leading questions and like poking holes in why she would want to have her face changed. So, you know, like I said, pretty emotional. But obviously she ended up being like, well, I'm like, despite all these doubts and the trying to poke the holes in it, she obviously still made the choice to get the surgery, and she explains her reasoning for wanting it and everything. What if I tell my doctor I want facial feminization surgery and they make me look like Dan Harmon? I have no idea what you would do. Fun story. I thought that's how Abigail Thorne did her coming out video. The guy she cast to play her old self carried her mannerisms so well, I thought she'd recorded it beforehand, or like before she started hormones. True. Like I was really kind of disturbed by that video because I was like, this is not, at the time I was thinking like, that's not him, but it is. It's very similar to him and it's weird and like, I don't get it. I was not one of the people who was like really into speculating about whether she was trans. Like I know a lot of people were. So it kind of didn't hit me until like pretty late in the video that I was like, oh shit, like she's trans. Like this is about her being trans. What if we had Socratic dialogue in Headspace? JK, unless true. Silent, I think your face looks pretty good. And especially with you being like relatively early on hormones and shit still. Like I think you still got lots of facial changes to look forward to. It grosses me out when people speculate about people's genders. Yeah, I really didn't like it. And like people ended up being right and everything, but like, yeah, still. In retrospect, I kind of don't know that she was being all that subtle about it. Looking at her like older video, like her videos from like right before she came out, like the vaporwave and like the kind of jokes that she would make, like I don't know, like it. I can see why people feel like there was a trail of breadcrumbs. Do you know what I'm trying to say? No, Holland, we were talking earlier about how I don't own a gun. And I am considering getting trained on how to use one correctly. I could probably go get one if I just felt like going to get one. I probably have family members who I could be like, hey, can I have this handgun? And they would be like, yeah. Feminized is at least still closer to my gender, but my gender is non-binary vampire/flower hybrid, which isn't something I think they can harmonize to in IDK if I could get it covered by insurance. True. The egg jokes, yeah. Demonia, I think you're better off if you just don't go on Twitter and avoid like a Reddit, I think on Reddit was a big place where people were speculating about Abigail's gender. And yes, Ellis, she did cross-dress at least once, if not multiple times before she came out. Because I remember she did this song, she did a cover of like Steady As She Goes, and she played like a man going like, steady as she goes, but then was also like a woman. So like, yeah, it was, you know, I get it. I'm just saying I was not happy about it personally at the time. Steady as she goes, steady as she goes. Is that really cross-dressing? Yeah, it's interesting. So either way, well, she kind of hints that she sort of identifies as non-binary in a transitionary phase, but she's only ever publicly identified as either a man or a woman. So I'm going to say in the or whichever video has that song, since she's playing a man and a woman both in the Steady As She Goes video, there is at least one form of cross-dressing occurring at that time. Twice. First the song, second the French outfit. Okay. Andy says, I usually don't like tomatoes, but I'm having some in my sandwich. That kind of like helps get rid of some of the acidity if you put it with some other shit, you know? Yeah, it seems kind of invasive, Ellis. Yeah, I agree. She was like annoyed by it, you know? It was like obvious that she was uncomfortable about it. The bisexual outfits video. I kind of like wish that there was a man who was like that, who actually existed and was someone who I could have like in my repertoire of people to look at and listen to, you know? Like if Abigail as she formerly was and Abigail as she is now could both exist simultaneously in the universe. I mean, except that the cisgender man version of her is like obviously like dealing with gender shit. Let's pretend like that doesn't, it's not literally her. It's just like a person who is just like that. Cause like I did used to feel like, oh man, like there's hope for men. And now I'm like, oh gosh. The witchcraft video gave big hints. Yeah, maybe. Maybe so. Ooh, Jamie Hopkins says, my mother had the foresight to give us kids gender-neutral names in the 70s and 80s because of the discrimination she faced getting work in the 70s. That is a good point. I would like to name my kids something gender-neutral because I want them to not have to change their name if it becomes required. Jacob Jaffe is pretty cool. Agreed. Jacob Jaffe is pretty cool. I agree. Abigail's former self was transition goals to my trans mask ass. Yeah, she was spectacular. Jessie Cox. I'm not super familiar with Jessie Cox. Okay. So, this was inevitable. I think this was inevitable. There is a new form being sent home with parents who are enrolling their elementary age students in sports. At least I believe this is elementary age. Do you understand what is happening? This has nothing to do with encouraging girls to be athletes. This is totalitarianism. Well, what's totalitarianism? What is this? What is this? Anti-LGBTQ, anti-abortion agenda? Wow. That's an inflammatory statement. What is this about? Woodall Public School. Biological sex affidavit. State of Oklahoma. I, blank, the undersigned person, being of lawful age, being first duly sworn on oath, state that I am the lawful parent of blank. I further acknowledge that male or female was the biological sex of the student at birth. So yeah, I mean, again, like there's never any documentation for intersex kids or anything, you know. Subscribed and sworn to me this blank day of blank. This has to be signed and this has to be notarized. You have to bring this form to a fucking notary public and have that person like watch you sign it and seal it. That's basically like someone is giving you like legal confirmation that this is true. And I guess if you were to lie on this form, that would be perjury. So that's pretty fucked up. It's not good. Like, I don't even know what to say about that shit. But it's gonna be the norm now throughout the country. I guess, is Oklahoma one of those states that passed a don't be on sports if you're trans shit? Let me just, the bottom of this. As per this regulation, prior to the beginning of each school year, the parent or legal guardian of a student who competes on a school's athletic team shall sign an affidavit acknowledging his or her biological sex at birth. This is step 2 in the genocide stages. When we looked at the genocide stages all that while ago, the step 2 is like making sure that the person is visible, you know, making it impossible to change your legal sex, you know, making it so that you have to declare your biological sex at birth. States which are proposing to have a separate marker on your birth certificate, one for sex and one for gender, and the one for gender you can change, but the one for sex you can't. Like, just trying to make sure that we're still visible and not able to participate in sports, basically. Like, if you are a little trans boy, well, guess what? It doesn't matter if your doctor has given you hormones already and you're like developing more like the boys your age. They want you to play against the girls. And when you win, everybody's gonna shit bricks. But, you know, that's fine, I guess. Trans people can play, but only if they lose. Yeah, we have to know exactly who the wrong people are. We have to know that we know who the wrong people are. If I had a kid, I'd just be like, okay, no more sports in general. Then that's the unfortunate reality. Like, a lot of parents are having to make that choice. I don't remember if it was on stream or not, but a month or two ago, I was reading some mother talking about like how she was not going to be able to enroll her daughter in sports because of the risk of like her daughter being subjected to a genital exam because some other student questioned whether she was actually biologically female, you know? Penis inspection day is being legally enforced now, true. What about the little Texan girl that was speaking to lawmakers about trans youth healthcare who had trans supportive parents? I'm not sure. I don't know if I had caught that one, actually. And yeah, of course, and still mutilating intersex kids. Would this be in violation of Title IX? I don't think it would be a violation of Title IX unless these proposed changes that Biden is proposing come through, which, shit, I think that I closed that link. No, I didn't. I have this link up. Please take a moment after stream to check this out and potentially submit a formal comment in support of this, because they're trying to change Title IX officially. Like, before, what was happening is that, like, under the Obama administration, they said, okay, well, Title IX says you can't discriminate based on someone's sex. So we're just gonna, you know, tell agencies to construe that as meaning gender identity and sexual orientation. And then, like, the courts ended up bearing that out. Like, the initial court interpretation was like, yeah, that checks out. Like, gender is included in sex. If you're punishing someone for wearing or for, like, behaving as a man because they were born female, like, you're punishing them based on their sex. Like, you're saying they should be behaving in a certain way based on their sex, and you're trying to enforce that. Therefore, it's against Title IX. Of course, that's being like challenged now, so they're trying to make official change to Title IX, saying it explicitly includes gender and sexual orientation in school protections. School protections. That's what Title IX specifically has to do with Department of Education stuff. So at this time, I don't think this is a Title IX violation. Like, if you're just counting the strictly what the law says without that interpretation that gender is included, because this would affect male and female students both. Like, they're requiring these affidavits to be signed by all students, so it technically isn't like unequal treatment. Except that in practice, like any genital inspections and stuff are generally only going to happen against students who are questioned, and those are largely going to be, well, they're going to be trans students, and they're going to be people of color, students of color. And yeah, generally these kind of things hurt poor people more than rich people as well. Like, the private schools are exempt from a lot of these things. What happens if you can't sign that your kid's gender is the same as their sex assigned at birth because you're fully supporting their transition? Well, I mean, what this is saying is that, like, it doesn't matter what your kid's gender is. Like, technically these schools could say, yeah, we'll affirm your kid's gender. It's just that, you know, like, state law says that, you know, they have to participate in sports with the rest of the little boys. Like, I know, like, we love Sheila. She is such a good girl in our class. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it's really only fair if she plays with the other boys. You might notice how fucked up that shit sounds and, like, how it oozes with just disgusting emotions. But, like, that's what they truly think at the end of the day. And you'll notice they'll say, like, with the other boys. Because while they will give superficial respect to their gender, ultimately at the end of the day, they still think that a trans girl is a boy, and they think that a trans boy is a girl. Like, intrinsically, ontologically. This is the only reason why I think that the argument that that sex and gender are different is a good thing, is because I'm so, like, I really wish that we could stop with this fucking, like, man equals male conflation. I really don't like that. Trying to have this conversation with people, like, I was trying to have a conversation with people on Twitter about this recently, like Buck Angel. Fucking Buck Angel. Okay, we'll do this because I want to, because I have decided that I'm gonna look at this. Hold on. Where is the fuck bangle on my timeline? Oh, nope. That's all the way at the top. Fuck bangle. Come on. Where is the tweets? Because Buck Angel was tweeting about how he's like, I am female and not really a man. Here we go. He said, I am not a man. I am a born female who takes testosterone and had surgery to look and walk like a man. That's weird. What surgery did you have to walk like a man? Please do not speak for me as I do not speak for you. I acknowledge my biology. Thank you. Don't get butthurt because I tell the truth. Love, Tranpa. It's like really frustrating to me trying to have these conversations because, like, he's like, I am not a man. I am a born female. And, like, well, okay, guess what? Those two things are not fucking mutually exclusive. You can be a born female and also be a man. That's what being a trans man means. So to say, like, I am not a man, it makes it sound like, oh, Buck, are you about to detransition? But what he's saying is, I'm not male. And it's like, well, no one was really saying that in the first place. But also at the same time, like, I do think that you change your sex when you start hormones. So, like, that's, you know, like, I am also, oh my God, wow, I just noticed that in his bio, it says female who lives as a man. And that's like the most fucked up shit that I've ever heard in my life. I can't imagine hating myself that much. Stick surgically implanted up his ass. True. Could you just put male or female on the line of the affidavit? Then you wouldn't be perjuring yourself without giving out that info. I mean, the kid wouldn't be allowed to participate. Like, someone's gonna check. Like, I guess you're saying, like, could you just say, like, yes, they are male or female, one of those two. I don't know. What would the notary sign off on it? You know. Buck is kind of saying he's a woman who's permanently cross-dressing as a man. I guess. I don't know. I don't understand. Male and female are relating to sex. Like, you wouldn't say, like if I was like, oh, here's my cat. He's a man cat. I would be like, he's a male cat. If I needed to say that, you know, if like, oh, we're having issues with him spraying because he's a male cat and they do that. Females don't do that. I do pick up my cat and say, hello, little man cat. I mean, it's one thing if it's like a part of your nicknames or whatever, but it's not like, I'm not like, my cat is a man, literally. But like, my cat is a male, literally. Because man tends to refer to like, you know, humans and the gender that we do. Buck Angel's gender is dickhead, true. Female cats do spray sometimes. Really? I did not know that. The more you know. Ding, 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 ding. Rainbows. Okay, well, fuck that shit. Did it stop when you got the cat fixed? Or was it like an unsolvable problem? Like when male cats are spraying, you can usually get them fixed and they stop doing it. I don't think animals have the capacity to identify as any gender, therefore all pets and animals are non-binary. They're not non-binary. I mean, I guess like agender is a type of non-binary, but like they just don't have it. They just don't have gender. They are nothing gender. Being non-binary intrinsically means that there is a binary that you don't belong to, but cats don't understand it. My mom gave up on her and gave her away. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, when you have no rights because you're a minor, like your mom can just get rid of a cat and you're like, I have no say in this. That sucked. I don't know why you wouldn't just get the cat fixed and then be like, does that help first? I don't know. Oh my God, what is Twitter going on? I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes. Oh God. Based agender animals. True. Just like me. They just like me for real, for real. I wish I hadn't... I took the stringy thingy out of my horns, so I can't wear them because I need to string it up again. But I miss wearing my horns. I need different horns, though. These ones kind of suck. Here's what I want. Here's what I want with horns-wise. Has anybody here seen the movie Legend? Excuse me. Obviously, like, I cannot accomplish this with the skin and everything. And also, I want them to not be this big. But, this is what I want horns-wise, though. Like, this is what I wish I could get horns-wise. That's why on the wish list, in the Amazon wish list in the description, there's a pair of Maleficent horns, because that's the closest thing I could get to these. I want these horns. Like, look at this dude. I want that. Oh, why is he so fucking scary? Tim Curry in Legend. Also with a very young Tom Cruise, and I don't remember her name, but anyway. That was a movie that I enjoyed quite thoroughly. You want a full darkness. Yeah, true. She was fixed. She was sprayed because she was getting harassed by a neighbor cat. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, Tim Curry devil horns. No, listen, y'all. I can 3D print stuff. So, like, if I could print those horns with, like, 5% infill and they would only weigh, like, maybe a pound, if that would be... I'm, like, way overestimating that it would weigh a pound. Should we talk about trans lions? I'm familiar with the gender-fluid lions, the females that grow the manes. Having horns is the dream. Like, actually, if I could have actual horns, that would be cool. But I could 3D print those, probably. My Deacon got my 3D printer working, so... Trans lions, true! I think rubber might be a better material than generic PLA or other plastic. Probably what I would do is I would print it out of PLA, and then I would probably use leather, like leather and maybe some additional padding to create like a shape so that it'll hold against my head nicely. The only thing is that I wish that you could, I don't know, the hair is like hard to deal with. Like, what do you do with your hair when you're wearing horns? For realism, make them 5 pounds each and bop people with them. True. I think that having it be solid like that would make it vulnerable to cracking. It wouldn't be solid, though. Like, I've printed a lot of shit out of PLA. It would be like... It would have, like, 4 walls of solid material, and then the inside would have, like, crisscross triangle-shaped infill or whatever. Speaking of Tom Cruise, was he right about antidepressants? What did Tom Cruise say about antidepressants? Oh, yeah, of course, PLA is kind of brittle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but you can get, like... I don't know. I'm like, we are so dialed in on our printers that most of the time we don't really have that much trouble with layer adhesion. I don't know. Just talk about 3D printing now. Tom Cruise is a Scientologist, so he's against psychiatric medication. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I don't think that he has any good opinions about antidepressants then. His like Scientology thing is a cult. Like, if you're in a cult, I don't trust anything you say about anything. Why do you want to look like Satan? I don't want... do you think that I would just look like Satan if I had like a tiny version of those horns? I'm not saying I want to look anything like Tim Curry. I just want those horns. You know? Let's see. Like, look at all these horns, you know? Some of these horns are pretty cool. Most of them are not very devilish. Which ones did I like? I really like number 7. This is a good set of horns right here. Although I really like number 1 as well. Those are also good horns. I think this is too many sets of horns to have on a dragon head. This would work on a human-shaped head, but not on a dragon head. This is too many horns. Unless you're an artist who thinks you can fit this many horns on a dragon head and have it look good, in which case I will sleep with you. Not really. Referring to Physiology Today's article, not the cult. Yeah, I have no idea what Tom Cruise said about antidepressants. Headline in the Times UK saying teachers need new gender identity rules behind an account wall, but saw the first sentence. It says, quote, government must publish new guidance on how teachers should manage a growing number of requests from pupils to change their genders to, quote, stop schools acting as a pipeline for gender identity clinics. They just want to bring back Section 28. Like, literally. That's what they're trying to do in the UK. They're trying to bring back Section 28. They want it to be not okay to talk about queer or trans people in schools. Oh, funny thing about Tom Cruise, he has his real teeth in that movie Legend. Interesting. Speaking of looking like Satan, did you see that Gwendolyn Christie got cast as Lucifer in Sandman? No, I didn't see that. That's cool. Get a bull ring for your nose. I don't want that. I have thought about nose piercings, but the thing is that I think my nose is just so like drippy. And like, I'm constantly slightly stuffed up, and I don't want to have a nose piercing. I really thought that I was done getting any piercings, except that I got these, like the second earlobe earlier this year. I usually think like, oh, I'm probably not going to get any more piercings, and then I was just like, oh, I'm going to get that one. The rest of my body mods are mostly like tattoos, you know? Vernacular rhinitis, is that like a thing? I'm honestly starting to wonder if my nostrils don't need to be like fixed, like, because I don't think I can breathe very well. You know, like maybe someday I have to have surgery, spread them out, make it a long dragon. I think most of the reason why this number 7 works like this is because you have so much slope to work with. I think on a flat dragon's head, it looks weird to have like a tiny row of horns and then a big row of horns and then a medium row of horns. Like, it just looks weird on a dragon's head. It looks normal here because this is like, oh, this is on your brow, forehead. This is further back on your head, and that's further back again. Like, yeah, I can see why it doesn't work on a dragon's head as well. You might need a sinuplasty. I've thought about it, you know? You can get nose rings without a piercing. There are totally clip-on ones. Yeah, I could try it out. Technically, I have like a bunch of rings that are just missing the captive bead that I could just like stick on there and see how it looks. Do you demand? It wouldn't take me very long to grab one. Basically just means that your nose is either stuffed up or running like a faucet. I think an allergist usually diagnoses it. Yeah, I might have like just a mild allergy thing all the time. I don't know. If a 10-year-old at school said, I don't like being called a boy or a girl, I think they would say, no, you are a boy or a girl. I think so too. The people demand it and the not quite people too. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I found one. I found a ring, okay? Do you use Flonase? I think I have some somewhere. My doctor prescribed it to me at some point. I just don't like to take medicine every fucking day, you know? Like, if I'm taking medicine every day, I generally want to only do it for a short period of time. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I got a mirror. Hold on real quick. Okay, I don't really know where a nose piercing actually goes, but I have put one on my face now. So I have a little silver ring there. I don't know how it looks, and I don't know if it's in the right place. I don't know. Does it look good? I have no idea. I used to live up the street from a Scientology museum. Psychiatry and industry of death. I tried one just so you won't feel alone. Yeah, it doesn't, like, feel great. Ring looks cute. I think I would keep most of... I mean, I like having black jewelry, you know, so I would probably get a black... And I don't actually know how big a ring is when it goes on here, you know? I don't know if they would put on a bigger ring, actually, and this tiny one is a little bit bespoke. Oh, yeah, I've seen this picture, too. I saw this picture when I was trying... Because the reason I have the horns picture is because I was commissioning art. But yeah, I've seen this. It's very cute. Adorable dragons. What sweet babes. Piercings are not good for self-defense. That's true, too. Yeah. Middle top dragon with 3 sets of horns totally works. Oh... Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, but not in the same style as the other ones. Because these ones are, like, much bigger, you know? Much, much bigger. Although, maybe it could still work. Perhaps. But yeah, I need to commission some dragon art. I just am too fucking broke. But it would help the channel, but I'm broke. But it would help the channel, but I'm broke. But it would help the channel, but I'm broke. That's, like, the... quandary that I'm in all the time right now. I'm like, I should bring on an editor that would help the channel, but I'm broke. We already know the name Piers. How about piercing as a name? Hey, that's a good point. I hadn't really considered that. Pierce. I had one of those not piercing nose rings, but it was uncomfy. Yeah. I mean... Is it even making a noticeable difference to my visage? Can you even see it, really? IDK, my BFF Jill. Goodness gracious. Hollow really likes that look. Okay, thank you, Hollow. When I asked if what you do if someone made a song called "Fuck You, Luxander," and you said you wouldn't listen to it, but what if it became #1 on the Billboard? You wouldn't be able to avoid it because you would hear it on the radio or in a mall. You overestimate the amount of time that I spend listening to the radio and or in malls. It took me such a long time to hear the song Despacito, and I only heard it the once, and I can't remember it now. Yeah. I would say that there's a difference between hearing something and listening to it as well. Because hearing, you know, you can hear something kind of passively and not listen to it. Like literally, like I only heard the song Despacito once and I don't remember it at all. I used to say my BFF Jill all the time and people would look at me like I had a second head. Yeah, it's an old reference to a commercial. Definitely not trying to pressure anyone into doing digital art, especially not into doing digital art for free or for a discount or anything, you know. Normally, I want to pay for art. EB the Purple has been so kind as to, like, her prerogative is, like, I can't donate money, really, so I'm going to donate my time via doing these emojis. So that's why we have, like, Wave, which is, like, my favorite, I think. Re is pretty good too, though. You know, we have the art. It's such an old reference that there is a mob in Burning Crusade named after it, and it was an old reference then. Yeah, that commercial was like, that commercial would have come out in like 2010, I want to say. I love the Wave. Oh my god, it's so cute. If you're interested, the person who did the art for my Twitter and YouTube does really good work for really, really good prices. Potentially, Meme Joy, dragons are very fucking difficult to draw. And not very many people do it. So that's kind of the issue. 2007, really? I guess like by the time I was in like 10th grade, we had more than one rendition of that commercial. There was the like, oh my god, like OMG, my BFF Jill, and then later on there was like a commercial where there was like an old woman, and she was like, IDK my BFF Rose. Remember that one? Dragons are really hard. I hope to make an impo one. I just haven't been able to do any art lately. No worries, EB. I realized recently that I'm very excited to have the dragon version of Pepe, like the just like smirk. I'm excited about that one someday. I only heard Despacito at a drag show with a drag king making fun of it. Yeah. Okay, let me see if there's anything else that I wanted to talk about today. These two kind of go together because Florida is a terrible place. Florida's a terrible place. We are staying consistent today. Wow, I am so impressed with us. This community is bopping. If you have not yet hit like, consider doing that. Check your notification settings, y'all. Ring the bell or whatever. Pitch me $1 on Patreon or $5 on the website, donos, to get the dicks emoji if you want. Yeah, I would need to go to an ear, nose, throat doctor to find out if I have a deviated septum or whatever. I just can't afford healthcare. I live in the United States. This is part of why I want to go to Canada. I just joined, so we'll see. Yes, King Lai Shu. I went to hit like and got the Matt Walsh advertisement. Oh, God. Yes. So, so today I'm gonna try just getting up, sitting down, going back to work. Might not help, but still it couldn't hurt. I'm sitting down, writing jokes, singing silly songs. I'm sorry I was gone. Anyway, so now we have like a little Florida segment every fucking stream. Oh shit. Shit, you know I gotta get them dicks. Thank you, Meme Joy, for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. That is excellent. Mersh, I've been having this issue since before I moved into this apartment, so it's not just this apartment. My doctor does think that I have generally more oh god. He thinks I might be getting allergies for the first time. Oh my god. Now I'm itchy. Oh, yeah, that was Bo Burnham. It's the song that he opens his newest special with. Oh god. Putting that ring in my nose just made me itchy. Yes, tier 1 is $5. I know, did the thingamabobber change? No, it didn't. I have to change it. And now the monthly total is 666. Very nice. We're gearing up for Mama later today. We're setting the stage for Mama and the imps to come back. How is getting snake bites? I mean, it happened like 12 years ago or longer. I don't know. It was a long time ago. And the one thing that I remember most distinctly about it was that I got a piercing with a captive bead. And like later on in the day, the captive bead had like rolled inside my mouth. And I went to try to like pull the ring around so that the ball would be on the outside of my mouth. And that hurt like a bitch. It hurt so fucking bad. But yeah, aside from that, it was fine. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we've been going for 3.5 hours. Holy shit. Normally, I'm like tired and done with this. Meme Joy. Oh, you don't know Demon Mama? Demon Mama is another streamer. It's fine. She's been on hiatus for like more than a month, and she's gonna stream later today at 5 p.m. My time, so in about an hour and a half. Oh my god, excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh, Anansi, yeah, the bot is not working on the YouTube chat. It's only working on the website chat. So that's just some information about a testosterone recall. I know she has never really watched her. I will say, like, I think she and I are fairly similar, and I think if you like my stream, you probably would like her. She was on Hippy Dippy, I know, yeah. I don't know. I would say if you have time tonight, you might check her out. She's coming back and is gonna have like her new studio set up because she just moved, and that's part of why she was gone for so long. But I think that we're both pretty similar people and pretty similar streamers, and I like her a lot, so I'm interested in sharing community with her. Like, her fans are all really cool and really nice. She hasn't streamed in like 2 months. She's gonna have a lot to talk about. I know. How is she gonna manage to catch up? And she's not doing panels anymore because it's so toxic. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be a person who does panels unless it can be, I don't know, understood to be less toxic. All my fans are Xander Hall viewers. I don't know how much crossover I have with Xander Hall. I like him though. I go and hang out in his chat sometimes. He's been through a lot over the past several years from what I gather, so I'm hoping that things kind of stabilize for him. Hooray for good communities. That's the thing at the end of the day, Del sings. It's about having good communities. Obviously, like, I'm a creator that people are aware of, so people are always nice when I go into people's chats. Sometimes I feel like I can't really have I cannot have an unbiased opinion about Vosh or his community. Like, I cannot be unbiased and say like, well, no, I think Vosh's community is good for trans people. Like, because obviously everybody's really nice to me. Like, I go say hello in the chat, and like 6 people are like, hey, Luxander. And I'm like, oh, I feel so good. Oh my God. Because people know who I am. So obviously they're going to be nice to me. My take on Vosh is that I don't watch him. You know, fair enough. I did hear that Hippy Dippy was over. It's not like permanently ended, I don't think. I don't even think Dylan got tired of the toxicity though, because I read his twitlonger about it, and it really seemed like Dylan was more like concerned with the fact that it's harder and harder to find leftists who want to participate because of how he just lets it be so openly toxic. Like, it really didn't seem to me like he was bemoaning the toxicity so much as he was bemoaning the like the fact that all they could get were conservatives, you know? He kind of encouraged it with his Vince McMahon gimmick. I didn't end up watching very much of it. I would watch when Vosh would be on there, but that's like, if Vosh is on something, I'm like accustomed to him going for blood or whatever. Exactly, he's not bemoaning the toxicity, just the consequences of the toxicity. I'm not really sure how involved I want to be with Twitch politics, if I'm being completely honest. Like, Jesus, a few months ago, Mr. Girl tweeted me. And I don't know if any of you know who Mr. Girl is. Like, he didn't tweet me publicly. I might have actually responded if it were publicly. I got a DM. Mr. Girl wanted me to come on a panel, and some of the other people who were going to be on the panel included Destiny and Buck Angel. So technically, I blew an opportunity to speak to Buck Angel directly, but I am not going anywhere near Destiny. And I've also not heard anything good about Mr. Girl. Oh, this was forever ago. He was like, hey, I'm sorry to get in touch with you last minute. It was literally like a few hours before the event was going to happen, and I just didn't respond to the DM. It was in my message requests. But like, I'm like, first of all, who the fuck told you about me? Like, why are you asking for me to join on this like short notice? Did you not have it? Anyway, I don't know that I trust anything that's going on Twitch politics. And like Stardust, who's a female person of color streamer, like, she tried to bait me onto her stream when we were talking about whether trans women experience something akin to periods. And she ended up being like, oh, well, you know, now you're backing out. Now you're scared. And I was like, no, I literally said, like, I am familiar with the argument from the definition. Like, you're arguing from the dictionary, and I'm familiar with that argument. Do you have anything else to offer? And she never responded. She was going to just appeal to authority the entire time. She would, if I had gone on there, she would have just repeatedly been like, but I'm looking at the Wikipedia and it says, and like, oh, I'm looking at this scientist says, and I would be like, yeah, okay, congratulations, you're so smart. Like, let's never question what we were taught, or like ask who set this system up and what was being served by them setting it up this way or whatever. A pedophile, a transphobe, and a transmedicalist join a Discord call. Sounds like a setup to a joke. Yeah, honestly, the punchline to the joke is Twitch politics. I know recently even Vosh complained that as much fun as he thought the Hippy Dippy was, he felt it was really weird due to the fact that it was sticking a bunch of marginalized people against conservative clowns for shits and giggles. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I love having the opportunity to educate. I'm always gonna be like, yeah, let me, like, if you want me to answer questions and shit, yes. Like, if I join a panel about trans issues, that's going to be the prerogative that I come in with. And people are going to think that I'm stuck up. People are going to think that I'm a fucking bitch. But I'm going to be like, you brought me here. I have like 13 years of being out as trans, an expert under my belt. And like, all the meanwhile being informed about all kinds of sociological issues. So if you're here, it's to ask me questions. If you're making assertions in opposition to me, I don't know what conversation we're trying to have. Like, I don't know if this is just because I did do martial arts training when I was younger, and I also had like my weeaboo phase kind of thing, but like, I just have this like view, like, when you go and ask someone who is like much more experienced than you about something, like, you should kind of like humble yourself before the master in a way. Like, if you're like asking someone for their unique experience, their unique expertise, and especially if it's like a marginalized person, like, I feel like there should be so much respect that goes into like the subservience of asking questions and shit, that I just don't really go very well with this whole like combative, like, I'm gonna question you shit. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot and I'm an expert. You are not allowed to have an opinion. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's just not gonna go well. Like, it's not gonna be cute. if I try to go on a conversation and it ends up becoming a debate where someone is like attacking me. I don't understand why people were platforming Mr. Girl. Sometimes people just want views and clicks and they want money and it doesn't really matter where it's coming from. It do be like that sometimes. Lux has the power of trans and anime on its side. True. Ladies and gentlethems, we call expert witness Luxander to the stand. Oh my gosh, thank you, Andes, for the tier 1 sub. They said, take care of yourself, gotta get them dicks. I'm so proud of you. I've wanted to start doing content like you do for a long time, but I always rabbit trail too. You know, it's really not easy. There's like a lot of shit that I think about that probably most people don't think about, you know? If I'm out in public, I'm like, really, I hope that nobody like who knows of my channel and doesn't like me like finds me out in public. That's stressful. I accidentally invited a pedophile onto my show, but I wasn't made aware of it till after the debate. Oh my god. Yeah, it's hard to do crossover work. We are like, is this person gonna be a pedo? I don't know. Jesus Christ. Yes. I think that we've made it much further this month than any previous month, so thank you all so much. I really appreciate those donos. Your likes and your shares and all that kind of shit are all helping contribute to the domination. If a cis woman needing a hysterectomy but kept her ovaries, she'd keep the hormonal cycle without bleeding. Is she not allowed to call it a period? I know, Dizzy. I've like run into that exact issue, and people tend to say like, well, it's different because she was born a woman. You know, it's fucking that stupid shit. If I'm being honest, I do disagree with that sentiment. Plenty of people have years of experience in the subject. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't just say I have a lot of experience in the subject. It's 13 years of experience in the subject and constantly educating myself about this and many other sociological issues. Like I purposely don't just stop and say I've been out for 13 years and that's the whole justification. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and we're back to the transphobia with the whole you weren't born female. Yes. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't want to go into this too far. I just want to like show this as like a brief update because we talked about this earlier this week. We were looking at how the USDA, so the Department of Agriculture, is in charge, I guess, of rules regarding school lunches, and recent guidance was given that, like, you know, sex discrimination under Title IX includes gender and sexual orientation. And then all those attorneys general were suing the government and like suing the USDA, and we're going like, no, we don't want to follow it. What's happened now is that in Florida, the Department of Education issued a memo just telling Florida schools to ignore the guidance, saying that schools cannot discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. So like, why do they want to be able to discriminate against children who need to eat food is the big question. These people are evil. Like, I don't like to use that language because they weaponize that language, and like Marjorie Taylor Greene is very keen on calling us evil. And I think that that's like a way of like, obviously like stripping down everything and dehumanizing and everything. But I don't know what to call it when you're like, we would like to discriminate against queer people who want to eat food at school. Like, we want to legalize discrimination on the basis of gender and sexual orientation, specifically in this instance of talking about providing school lunches. Like, how fucked up could this possibly be? I don't even know what to do with myself. Like, this is the kind of thing that short circuits my brain and makes me want to lose my fucking mind. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, no, sure, for sure. It's a way to force queer kids out of public education, making it so that you can't go to school with cis kids. I mean, ultimately, really at the end of the day, this is an attempt to get kids taken away from their parents, I think. Because what's going to happen? The kids are going to get discriminated against in school. They're not going to be able to eat. So the parents are going to start keeping the kid home, or the kid's just going to start staying home because they can't eat at school. And then the parents are going to get in trouble for truancy. And then the kid's going to get taken away from them. And then the kid's going to go into foster care. And then they're going to be forcibly detransitioned, like, or whatever. Like, they're going to be groomed effectively by agents of the state in the foster care system to not be gay anymore. Yeah. It's so weird. Like, I would not have connected those kind of dots years ago. It's only now that I'm realizing, like, it's an effort to get these kids away from their parents. At the end of the day, it's a very indirect form of trying to, like, conduct a genocide on account of, like, taking kids away from parents and putting them in with other groups who are not going to let them be what they actually are. Like, that's a type of genocide, really. And I hadn't really thought about it until now, but that's totally what's going to happen. I don't know how else that's going to shake down. I feel like that's a very clear line also. Like, it's a very clear through line from A to B, but I feel like there's going to be people who think that I'm fucking crazy for drawing that line. You know, it looks to me like, you know, here's a dot, here's a dot, here's a dot. It kind of looks like that line just goes straight through, but I'm sure there's going to be some people who think that I'm over exaggerating. I don't know. Anyway, let's go to our second Florida story real quick, and then that'll be all the news that I have for today. Noise in the other room. Whisper, whisper. I'm not done. I'm just commenting on the fact that you're walking through here and trying to be quiet. Your haircut looks good. Thanks. Welcome. I'm trying. Smuggling people in and out of the apartment, I see. So this other news from Florida. Ron DeSantis, you know, doing great things as he does per usual, filed a public complaint against a bar that does a drag brunch. In the complaint, he references a 1947 ruling that, quote, men impersonating women in a suggestive fashion, end quote, is against the law, building the framework to go after all drag and likely all trans people. So this thing says the Florida Supreme Court has recognized that, quote, men impersonating women in the context of, quote, suggestive and indecent performances constitutes a public nuisance. So this law from 1947, great. Respondent not only promotes and hosts such performances on the licensed premises, but has done so repeatedly in the presence of young children. Such performances are nuisances within the scope of various sections of the Florida statutes. Moreover, even if the brunch performers were biological women, the nature of the performances described above and shown in the attached exhibits would still constitute a public nuisance, particularly where young children are present. Okay, so that's why they're claiming that it's not unequal treatment under the law. Accordingly, respondent has maintained a nuisance on the licensed premises and its license is subject to revocation. Excuse me. And then there was another link I had about this. My throat's going out. Stop it. So I also have this NBC News article about this. I don't know if this goes into any further detail. A video showed a child at one of the restaurant's drag brunch events. So DeSantis is saying that they actually had agents going to this place and effectively just gathering information, getting intelligence, seeing what's going on. And what they found was not only were there minors there, and these are sexually explicit drag shows. I think that's a lie. I think that's a straight up lie. Oh my God, another dono? What happened? Oh, another tier 1 sub from Demonia. Thank you. Figured since I've been here every week for a month, I might as well get some dicks for the sake of your rent. I appreciate that. Number go up. Brr. It's very useful. Thank you. So the lying about these being sexually explicit drag shows. We've already talked about drag is inherently something where you're putting on a bunch of layers, you know? You're wearing hip padding, you're wearing like a bodice corset thing that's like squeezing your body, and like it's not cute. The bar had a children's menu, and you think to yourself, give me a break, what's going on? Department filed an administrative complaint accusing the restaurant of disorderly conduct. It alleges that a, quote, nearly nude dancer was filmed parading a young girl through the audience on or about July 3rd, and then the video ignited public outrage. Is this video available? Is that what this video is? No, this is about Uprising, which is in Illinois. The video shows what appears to be a transgender dancer leading a young girl by the hand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is not the point of drag that many of the people who are doing it are not trans? Maybe I can't say most drag performers are not trans, but a good number of drag performers are not trans, so that's an assumption you can't make. A young girl by the hand and walking through respondents' dining area. The dancer's buttocks were fully exposed, the G-string style bikini bottom stuffed with dollar bills, a practice that is commonly known to occur at strip clubs. The dancer's breasts, unmistakably female in appearance, were also fully exposed except for the nipple and areola, which were covered with adhesive pasties. I want the video. The video was shared by the Twitter account Libs of TikTok, of course. Is this actually the video? Okay, I mean, that's like a lot. I mean, that's a lot more accurate than I thought it was going to be. As far as the description of events. I don't actually, I mean, like, yeah. So that looks like an actual person's boobs. You can't say, like, what is the assumption that this person is trans? I'm not getting that necessarily from this. It's just like a person with their boobies out. This is a lot more booby than I would normally be like, oh yeah, that's fine. So personal opinion on that one's a little bit risque, but like ultimately it's up to the parents. Like, I don't think it's right that that the government should be stepping in on that particular thing, and particularly because, like, again, like, I'm one of those freaks who doesn't think that the human body is inherently sexualized. If this person is just like walking back and forth, I don't really see the issue. Like, there is no stripper pole that I can see in this image. There is no stage that I can see. So this person is literally just walking around, and that's the extent of what we're seeing here. So, you know, here's the thing. I didn't love it, but my mom used to just be nude after her showers at home, right? Like, I didn't love it because she didn't fucking talk to me about it. Here's the thing. Because I was taught that the human body was inherently sexual and it was weird to be naked. But, like, if she had been a parent and talked to me and been like, I want you to understand that the human body is not inherently sexual, and especially that female bodies like yours are not inherently sexual. But no, it just made me feel weird and, like, awkward. You know, that happened to me a lot in my childhood, where I'm like, this thing would have made perfect sense if my mom had just fucking talked to me about it, you know? This is RGR tier brain rot. She looks cis to me. Yeah, she looks like a cis woman who's just had her titties done. Like that. And like I said, like, my line might personally be in a different place, but it's fine for parents to choose to take their kid to a place. I'm fucking 100% positive that in this great nation, the United States of America, that some hardworking, working class mothers, some blue collar working class mothers have brought their fucking kids to the strip club where they work because they couldn't get a daycare coverage that day. The babysitter quit on them or whatever. Like, how much money do you want to bet that there are mothers, like, y'all don't understand. Like, it used to be like a brothel was a place that you would go and there wasn't like adequate and reliable birth control, so people would get pregnant and then just like have kids, and like raising children in and around the brothel was necessary and needed to happen. It's happening in some movies, so it definitely happens in reality. Yeah, I'm not gonna like fully on board and say like I've seen it happen in a movie, therefore it must have actually happened. But I think that like it must have happened at some point, you know. My mom was never a stripper, But my mom worked at like Sonic. I was, as a little child, granted, this was like the 90s, right? I'm like a 4-year-old child in like 1999 or whatever. And I have seen the inside of a Sonic, even though I've never worked in one. Because my mom needed to work. And she needed me to be watched. So I was just like there at the Sonic with her. What's a Sonic? Do you not have them in your country? It's a food place. Most fiction is based on reality in some way, especially drama. Yeah. Oh yeah, so Sonic America's Drive-In. It's not like a normal fast food place where you go through a drive-through. It's like you drive up and park, and then there's like a menu, and you read the menu and you press the button, and then the person takes your order at the speaker, and then the person like walks out and delivers your meal to you while you're sitting there. Like with your car, like, you know, they've got music playing on their little radio thing. Some Sonic locations have like a picnic table out there so that if you wanted, you could get out and eat your food at the picnic table with like a little bit of landscaping around or whatever, you know. Yeah, Sonic is a hedgehog, obviously. Obviously, come on, keep up. Keep up. Is Sonic people friendly as in no car friendly? Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of unique about Sonic is that like you're not allowed to actually order food in a drive-through if you just walk up, but Sonic you can. Like Sonic you can just walk up to the little kiosk thing and press the button and order like normal, and the person will just bring your food out like normal. They used to skate to you, true, yes, I do remember they had like little roller skates. I've also seen some Sonic employees with Heelys, which is very based. A&W used to be like that in Canada. Yeah, Sonic is still a car hop. There are a lot of Sonic locations which now have a drive-through, but they are all primarily made to be these like this car hop thing. Like those car cinema thingies we also don't have. Yeah, we don't have very many drive-in theaters anymore, but there are some. Some Sonics have a very small dining room. I did not know that. Does Sonic have fried pickles? I don't know. That might be regional. I love fried pickles if they're done right. Oh my god, they're yummy. I went through 2 McDonald's drive-thrus on foot in my life. It was very funny, and we did get food. Okay, I thought they weren't allowed to, like, let you order. I got a charge for beating up a guy at a Sonic's who called me a racial slur. Oh my god. I just had some fried mushrooms and ranch. Fried mushrooms are delicious, but it is hard to get it right. You get it just right, you know? Is Florida going to outlaw all nude beaches now? Well, I mean, I'm going to kind of assume that nude beaches are 18 plus. How does that work? Are you allowed to take your children to a nude beach? My mom worked at a dental office growing up, and I'd go in with her all the time if I had a day off school or whatever. Yeah. I went to my dad's workplace when he worked at H&R Block, you know, like... If I bike up to a drive-thru, I demand service. I don't actually know, how, like, what is the difference between that? Can you, like, ride up to a drive-thru on your bicycle and they'll give you the food, but you can't walk up? That's the difference. I don't see why they would be 18 plus, so they probably are because it wouldn't make sense. True. Loads of families go to nude beaches. Oh yeah, over there in Germany. I've never been to a nude beach. Listen, I live in Kansas. Is it any surprise that I've never been to a nude beach before? Oh, Lucian says it's sometimes at the discretion of the manager. My local KFC lets me order at the drive-thru on foot, but I always make sure they have no cars in the drive-thru first. Yeah, perfect. It makes sense. Florida is bound to lose a tremendous amount of money in tourism pretty soon. No way in hell would I want to the vacation there anymore. Every day it gets worse. That's like the only power that I have is like I will decline your money from me living here, basically, you know. $5 dono. Holy shit, I am just clicked out of the thing. $5 dono. Thank you from the guy who could. Why not donate to one of my fave trans NBA gender dragon content creators when I have some extra money after paying bills? I'm hoping we raid the imps and I can resub as a tier 2 imp. I don't actually know if I'm going to go all the way up till 5. Good night, Max. Good night. I hope you sleep well. I don't know if I'm going to go the entire next hour. I also, we figured out that rating doesn't quite work the way that we want it to from the website, because YouTube does have a new raid feature. But if you're here on my website, it's not going to like, Mama's stream doesn't embed on my website, you know? These are just adding to my reasons why I don't care that global warming will flood Florida. We got to get all the queers out, you know? I know a trans woman who has an agender non-binary partner, and they both have, they have 2 children who are both in high school or like high school, middle school age or whatever. And we need to get them out of Florida before it slides into the ocean. I did both walk and bike up, but it's only been a problem a handful of times. Canada, oh yeah, Canada is much different, you know? Yeah, YouTube has rating now, Delsings. It's cool though, because unlike Twitch, you have to actually have permission to do it. Like on Twitch, anyone could raid me. Like someone could raid me and they could have like a poorly censored racial slur in the name, and then that shit pops up in my chat, you know? That's not cool. But on YouTube, that channel has to give me permission to raid it. So like Demon Mama gave me permission and I gave her permission on my channel as well. And then like when my stream ends, I put a link that it'll redirect to that link when I finish my stream, right? That just happens to not work if you're on my website. If you're on the YouTube page, it works just fine. And it'll send you over to Demon Mama's YouTube page. I don't have money until October when my community college finally sends me what's left of my financial aid. No worries, Faith. My thing is, if you're a college student, like, don't fucking worry about paying me, right? Like, if you're a college student, basically, I don't want your money, all right? It's hard enough to be a college student. I respect how difficult that is. Unless you're like, oh, you know, I'm going to college on my daddy's dime, and he gave me an extra $200 of spending money this month, you know, like that's a different situation. But for the most part, if you're in college, don't send me money. Hate rating can be bothersome. Consent is awesome. Good on YouTube. I agree. Yeah. I hate flat places. Flat places distress me. It's like surprisingly, it's like flat here, but also we have a lot of good hills, you know? We got some really solid hills here in the Kansas. It's really funny. This is a very typical thing of people from Kansas, where like we bitch about Kansas a lot while we're here. And then if anyone else bitches about Kansas, we immediately flip and we're like, how could you say that about the rolling Flint Hills and our beautiful lakes and our cows? Like, we get really kind of defensive about it. Bro, I'm technically in college, but some of us are almost 30 and have real jobs and shit, but degrees still not over. I'm going to pay you. You know, if you're full-time in college and that's your main thing, you don't have another job, that's what I mean. Illinois is actually more flat than Kansas. Kansas has like a grade, which it's like lower elevation the closer to the Rocky Mountains you get, which is actually kind of strange. And then as you go east toward Missouri, it gets like slightly higher elevation. Our neighborhood is just a golf course. Oh no. Kansas is awful to drive through because it's so flat and the speed limits are so low, it's mind-numbing. I guess it depends on what are you talking about. Like, are you talking about driving on like I-70 or like on like one of the Kansas highways? Because the Kansas highways generally have like a 55 speed limit. But if you're driving on I-70, it's like 70, 75, you know? And that highway just goes straight east-west through the whole fucking state, you know? I'm actually considering, I'm like mulling over what it would take to to drive up to Washington, basically. It would take like 27 hours. But I also think that I was looking at the Google Maps and it was going to take me like north and then west. I drove on I-70 and it has a lot more hills than Central Illinois does. Like it's really beautiful in the Flint Hills, especially if you have the opportunity to drive through the Flint Hills at either sunrise or sunset. Oh boy, it's gorgeous. South Dakota's 80 on the interstates. Whoa, holy shit. It's definitely like, no, it's the most is 75. Yeah, and I did see how Trump buried his ex-wife in his golf course. Donald Trump's ex-wife, Ivana Trump, died, and he buried her on his golf course. Like, first of all, why did he have any control over where she was going to be buried? But the reason that they buried her there is because now that it's a cemetery, it gets like, it's basically completely exempt from all taxes. It's fucking wild. Let me see if I can pull up anything about this. Okay. So this is a cute Guardian article here. Will Ivana Trump help Donald Trump with tax breaks from beyond the grave? His first wife's resting place in Trump's New Jersey golf course might benefit ex-husband's long-held tax planning purposes. She was buried last month near the first hole of Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Only a few immediately guessed that her grave's location might also serve her ex-husband's long-held tax planning purposes. The tax code in New Jersey exempts cemetery land from all taxes, rates, and assessments, and her grave, as such, potentially has advantageous tax implications for a Trump family that owns the golf business in a state where property and land taxes are notoriously high. She died after a fall at her home in Manhattan. The first person known to have been buried at the golf course, where Donald Trump and his family spend a lot of time in the summers. Under New Jersey's tax code, cemetery companies are not only exempt from real estate taxes, rates, and assessments, or personal property taxes, but also business taxes, sales taxes, income taxes, and inheritance taxes. Brooke Harrington, a professor of sociology at Dartmouth, tweeted on Saturday that she had looked into claims that Ivana Trump's resting place might also benefit her ex-husband's tax planning from beyond the grave. She says, quote, "As a tax researcher, I was skeptical of rumors Trump buried his ex-wife in that sad little plot of dirt just for tax breaks. So I checked the New Jersey tax code, and folks, it's a trifecta of tax avoidance. Property, income, and sales tax all eliminated." She later tweeted the full New Jersey tax code for cemetery land. While there is no stipulation for the amount of human remains necessary in order to qualify for the break, sales of wreaths, larger evergreen arrangements, flowers, and other similar items are taxable. While saying that she was surprised about the tax suggestions, she also accused Donald Trump of burying his wife in, quote, little more than a pauper's grave, and as a result disgracing the 3 children they had together, Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric. She says, "I couldn't believe her... Whoa. Okay, well, I guess we're just here now. I couldn't believe her 3 kids, whom she apparently loved and loved her, would allow their father to treat their mother like this. Burying Ivana in little more than a pauper's grave disgraces them all." So that's real, you know? Did they just bury her mostly in the ground and use her mouth as the second hole? True. Oh my god, rip. I remember going out there from Colorado for family reasons. Yeah. It seems like something that should be illegal, Demonia, right? Like, buried in a golf court for a tax break. Yeah. Imagine your ex-husband has you buried in a particular place to get tax benefits. Like, that's just a fucked up thing to do. Either I just had deja vu or I've heard this article before. This is new information fairly recently. Oh yeah, Jamie, I'll answer your question since you're about to go. Thank you for coming and hanging out. We do have a stream schedule. I stream Sundays starting at noon Central Time, and on Tuesdays and Thursdays starting at 6 p.m. Central Time. So if you want to come back on Tuesday or Thursday afternoon, or next Sunday, we're going to come again to the same thing from noon to whenever on a Sunday. So thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'm glad that YouTube spontaneously showed you this stream and that you came in and hung out. You took a chance when we did it. Yeah, right. He buried his ex-wife in a golf course for tax breaks. Being his next financial scheme is a little bit fucking wild. Yeah, no, nothing is sacred. This is how you know he's an atheist. Like, only an atheist could be. I'm an atheist. I'm joking. All right? I'm joking. I am actually considering the bus more than using my car. I really wish that we had more robust public transit, but also, like, I'm probably never going to use public transit anywhere that I live because I cannot imagine exposing myself to COVID on just, like, a casual grocery trip like that. Nope. When I get deja vu, I frequently also get deja vu about having that deja vu. No, that's his ex-wife. Like, they got divorced because he's currently married to Melania Trump. So it was not just that she was his ex-wife because she died. They were just not married anymore. I gotta respect Trump's absolute commitment to the bit. He must have a diabolical team of lawyers that help him do this shit. Right, like, he cannot be an expert himself. He cannot have himself been like, here's the thing. Even worse than Trump is the lawyer on his team who gave him this idea. He definitely didn't come up with this by himself. There's no way. Like, there's just absolutely no way. God. Scrolling through the Twitter really quick, checking the notifications. Nobody's responded to me. Just a bunch of likes. That's always fun. Has anyone else noticed that likes don't register the same in their brain as, like, comments? I've noticed that myself. I'm like, I don't care about your likes. Like, I just don't, like, they just don't register in my brain. I think it's partially because they get lumped together also. It's like, oh, this person and 3 others liked your photo. I'm like, okay. My mom is traveling across the West, more north of you, but still pretty cool. That's pretty neat. This feels like he asked them for ways to avoid taxes and then came up with the funeral thing himself. Oh my god, excuse me. Or burpee. Ugh. Truly, Anjali, it's some sunny in Philadelphia shit, honestly. Oh, that's true, Decoy Duck. When your favorite author likes your tweet, that's one thing. I have, like, one favorite author, and oh, we already talked about this last stream, but, like, just, again, Aragon is getting a new series, and I'm very excited because I want the show to be good. The movie was bad. And the author of the series is getting to co-write and produce the show, so hopefully it'll be good. But also, I'm like, Christopher Paolini, you have not said anything about the J.K. Rowling thing and trans people, and also, please don't ever say anything about that. I did have a Twitter interaction with him a few years ago, some years ago, when I was like, hey, like, I listen to your series every day at this job that makes me want to kill myself, and, like, this is part of what's helping me not want to kill myself. And he responded to that tweet, and it was pretty cool. And I hope that he never, ever, 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 ever comments about the trans issue, because I just, like, suspect that maybe... I'm like, if I'm just gonna assume that you're against, and you're, like, I don't want to hear your opinion about it, you know? Yes, the movie of Aragon was awful. It was the worst book adaptation I've ever seen, and they're getting a Disney Plus series. I'm not sure if it's live action or animated at this time. We don't have any info on casting or anything. This is still very early in the talks. It's mostly like it was like an unintentional announcement, and I don't know if they're gonna do any casting news and shit like that. I don't trust Disney. I don't really trust Disney either, but I am hoping that with Christopher Paolini working on it directly, that it will be better. Worst adaptation ever was Artemis Fowl. I did not read the Artemis Fowls. I used to have a copy of Aragon, but I used the book to make a hiding spot for weed. I mean, I guess I cannot argue, you know? I have a copy of Aragon on the bookshelf here, and it's signed by the author. Signed by him when he was like 16 or something, like when he was pretty young. And it's a first edition. It's a first edition, and it's signed, and it's paperback, and I read that. That was the book that I read. I read a signed first edition paperback. It's not in great condition now. I'm a bit glad Hunter S. Thompson died before Twitter was a thing. I don't think I would be strong enough for his tweets. Speaking of favorite authors and dead bodies, Andrew Clements, the Frindle guy, wrote a series about these kids who try to protect their historic school from being torn down, and the major plot twist is that the guy who founded the school had his dead body placed in the school's cupola so they can't tear it down because the whole school is a grave now. Oh, holy shit. Holy fuck. Don't glue the pages together and bore a hole into it. No, not on my signed first edition copy. It doesn't matter if it's worth any money, Mersh. It's worth so much to me as an object that I own. It doesn't matter how much it's worth. I'm not selling it, you know? I have so much other stuff that I will sell in my escape from this country. That's not one of them. The Artemis Fowl adaptation completely changed the story and the characters and was so off. I recently watched a YouTube video of a guy mauling about the Percy Jackson movies. Mauled. Recommend reading Artemis Fowl or listening to the O'Brien audiobook version. I'm definitely not much of a reader these days. I would like to, but I just don't. If I have an expensive action figure, I will take it out of the box and play with it. The Percy Jackson movies didn't make the top 3, so Artemis Fowl and what was the other one? Or is it like Artemis Fowl movie 1 and 2 take spot 1 and 2? Brain no wanna look at words. I like audiobooks, you know. I should figure out if my local library has one of those audiobook libraries so that I can read more. Read more book. My D&D books are all first editions. That's cool. Artemis Fowl is the one movie they cannibalized the second book for it. I doubt there will be another movie. I mean, Aragon, part of the reason why they never made a second movie, I'm sure, is because they butchered any ability for... Listen, okay? Listen. It's about to be a media rant for a second here about a fucking series that you all have never seen. Spoilers if you are going to watch the Aragon series when it eventually comes out on Disney+. Because the second book, like half of the second book is about his cousin, okay? It's basically like there's 2 main characters from that point forward. The first book, all about Aragon, right? Second one, Aragon is like getting training in a specific location. This is really interesting. Now that it's going to be a series, I don't want to fuck it up for you. That's interesting. So this is going to be tough. His cousin Roran is like in the town when agents of the Empire come looking for evidence of where Aragon might have gone. They're like, where is he? Where is the dragon egg? What's going on? Thank you, Trout Dealer, for your tier 1 sub. We have a saxophone, and I can't actually tell what that other emoji is. It's like a snitch. It looks like a snitch, but a non-golden snitch. Thank you for your tier 1 sub, though. Oh, it's a bat. Okay. I don't know why I can't see anything, but it looks interesting in the website chat. Anyway, Roran is a big deal in the second book. Like, the agents of the Empire come back, and they're fucking shit up, and they want Roran, and he ends up, like, having to save the village, right? But at the beginning of the movie in Aragon, one of the very first things that happens in the goddamn movie is that Roran just fucking leaves. Like, he just deadass leaves, and there's not even really that much explanation. No. The explanation that he's going... Has he been conscripted to join the army, I think? Like, they just get him out of the picture. He's, like, been conscripted or something. And, like, yes, Roran was gone, when shit really went down at the beginning of the first movie, but he's like in the next town over. He's like not far. He's just going over there to make some money to help the miller over the winter while his farm is not doing farm shit. You know what I mean? Oh my God, I'm so fucking upset. Saxbat. That would have been a good screen name for me when I still played. Saxbat. Bataphone. Very good. Yes, yes, yes. Excellent. Oh gosh. Listen, I might turn into one of those channels that's like, and this week on the Aragon series, new episode just came out. These things from the books you might have missed. Like, I cannot guarantee that I will not become that person when the series comes out. My partner and I have earnestly had conversations about doing a stop motion version of the story, like scene by scene, all of it in stop motion, like just picture perfect to it. Like, we've talked about it, you know. Artemis Fowl, number 1 is Artemis Fowl, number 2 is Inkheart. It's possible the movie wasn't an international production, so that might be a Germany only thing. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with Inkheart. And number 3 is Aragon. Inkheart was so bad I could not watch more than half an hour. I literally rage quit that movie. I got very drunk with a friend for Artemis Fowl and still paused it more than I watched it to rant about what was wrong. It'll get you more eyeballs too to do a recurring review of a popular series. I mean, the tough thing is that, like, realistically, I should do this on a different channel. Like, realistically, all of my media takes should go on a different channel. Because what is the algorithm going to do with me at that point? I'm going to be, like, making political content and gender content and also, like, Aragon content. I don't think the YouTube channel, like, the YouTube algorithm is going to know what to do with me. But I don't want to do it on a brand new channel because I don't have monetization on any other channels. Which, by the way, if you're the kind of person who wants to watch the VODs later on, subscribe to my VOD channel, and then you will help me get to the point where I can monetize that eventually, because I can't right now. H-Bomber Guy did it? Oh, I mean, true. Yeah, he does talk about media and gender and stuff. Just chaos, true. I do kind of really wish that there were queer people in more of these things that I watch and read and consume. Because a lot of, someone pointed out to me one time, like, when a black person is, like, watching Star Trek, and it's way in the future, if there's, like, no black people, then there's this kind of sick feeling where they're like, what did you do with all of us? Like, where did we go, you know? And that is just, like, something that I notice more and more when I'm watching content that doesn't have any trans or queer people in it. I'm like, where did we go? Like, what did you do to us? Like, where have we gone? It's really, like, uncomfortable more than anything, you know? Like, why does your fantasy world... Like, why is your fantasy one in which queer people don't exist, you know? Like, it's uncomfortable. I hope the Percy Jackson show we're getting will have queer people. I didn't know that they were redoing it with the show. Just start doing surprise egg videos. What are egg videos? What are surprise egg videos? Oh shit, that reminds me of a joke people were telling after 9/11. Someone asks Bush why there aren't any Arabs in Star Trek, and Bush says, "'Cause it's in the future." Never mind that Siddiq Al-Fadil was on DS9. True. Oh, unboxing Kinder eggs and such. That's a good point. They're not legal in America. I would have to get the special American Kinder eggs where it's like, here's the egg on one half and here's the toy on the other half. Don't be mean to each other in my chat. Don't do it. The Percy Jackson show will be with Disney like Aragon. I really wanted HBO to pick up Aragon. Because, like, I've said this before on the stream already. The books describe Saphira participating in an amount of carnage on the battlefield that I feel that Disney will not do justice to. I want to see the red on her maw I want to see a bit of someone's hauberk stuck between her teeth, okay? Okay? I will be mean if I want to. I mean, with a purple name like that, I mean, you know. It was nice when Logo came out. There was actually queer programming on TV. I quit the second Aragon book because a character I loved in the first one died. A character you loved in the first one died in the second one. Oh. It's possible, Demonia, it's possible that it was one of those tricks where someone supposedly died, but they actually later are discovered to have been alive the whole time. Because there is a spook like that in the second book. And I know that that's a big part of why people quit reading Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, because toward the end of the story, one of the main characters dies, and I don't want to spoil it, but maybe they don't actually die, you know? It's going to be close to 4 years between when the Percy Jackson show was announced for Disney Plus and when it's coming out. It's such a long wait. I hope that means that it's going to be really awesome, because I know that Percy Jackson fans were really disappointed by the movies. Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality is a fan fiction. It only spans 1 year of Hogwarts, only 1 year, and then it's over. And Harry, like, you know how Harry lives with his aunt, and then his aunt married this man who's kind of a shithead? In this version, his aunt is like a nice lady who married an Oxford professor. So he doesn't have the background of being abused, and he comes to the world of magic with a scientific interest in unraveling the mysteries. He really, when, McGonagall shows up at the house and she makes his dad levitate with her wand, and Harry's like, okay, I mean, sure, but what else do you got? And then she transforms into a cat, and he absolutely fucking loses his mind because he's like, you just broke the laws of thermodynamics. And that's what convinces him to go to the school. So, it's good. Logo is a TV channel. Are you talking about Logo? It's a TV channel that was originally intended as an LGBTQIA plus entertainment channel. The problem is it has gotten more hetero because they like the channel too. This is like when the straights start showing up to the gay club, and then eventually it's just no longer a gay club. I got upset when some dead characters returned in Naruto. Does nothing have consequences? Are there no lasting consequences to anything these days? I agree, Andy's Mints. It seems like most non-binary and or asexual characters are aliens, robots, dragons, or some other non-human creature. I wish that it weren't the case. I don't want non-binary characters to be aliens, I mean, like, yes, I want non-binary characters to be aliens, but, like, I would also like them to be human. That would be cool. Wouldn't mind watching more cooking streams. Interesting point. It's a little bit tricky to stream from my phone, is the only thing. But maybe. It's just that the fucking app doesn't really work very well with the, I can't like schedule an event and then hop on that event from my phone. It's very stupid. I want non-binary aliens and non-binary humans. True. Yeah, exactly. Unless the entire cast is aliens. But if you're mostly about it's like they had Lieutenant Uhura on the bridge, but then in other Star Treks they'll have like the one, oh no, it's like Guardians of the Galaxy, they're like the one person of color on the team is green, I mean later they've got the Asian woman who's Mantis, but You know, like there can't be a black person in Guardians of the Galaxy, but there can be a green person. Oh, and Mantis is also an alien. Yeah, but she's like more obviously Asian at least, whereas like there is nothing black about Gamora, you know. Which is that's the only point that I was trying to make there. Is it really yikes for an autistic character being played by a neurotypical person? I don't really think that most autistic characters are written that way. I think that really people just write like a weird character and then it turns out that they happen to be autistic. So I don't know. I don't really have a strong opinion about that one. Can you name any non-binary characters you know? I feel like I should have one. But I don't. I know if I watched more Star Trek, I would know the names. Oh yeah, I guess Bugs from Matrix 4. Bugs is non-binary, definitely. And Adira from Star Trek Discovery, which I have not watched. At least Nebula is also blue. Technically, there isn't a white woman in Guardians either. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That person from that one show in the 90s that features aliens. Captain Angel from Strange New Worlds. I don't have any idea what Strange New... Is that just another, that's just another Star Trek? Star Trek Strange New Worlds? Technically, all Steven fusions are non-binary as well. Stevani from Steven Universe. Was Matrix 4 any good? I liked it. It was very different from the other three. Very, very, very different. Captain Angel is an amazing NB space pirate. Is that the one that I kept seeing all the pictures of on Twitter? Is this like a trans feminine NB with big step on me mommy energy, you know? Yeah? Okay. People were like, yes, we should have trans villains. Like, I was like, all right. I should get on that. What is Star Trek on? Is that on Paramount? I saw some videos by autistic YouTubers talking about Sia's movie, discussing their thoughts on NTs playing autistic characters. The problem about Sia's movie was not just that it was a neurotypical person playing an autistic person. It was that the person who was directing the movie, like, wanted the actress to do things that were like stereotypically retarded. Like, that was the issue that there was with that, was that like they kind of like pushed the actress to do things that even she was kind of uncomfortable with in the portrayal of autism. Like, that was fucked up for more than just like, you can be an autistic, or you can be non-autistic and play an autistic person and not be disrespectful like that, you know? Would you prefer clumsy representation to no representation? Yeah, I think so. I think I would prefer clumsy representation to no representation, generally. Like, I don't know. There's stuff like, do y'all remember, I know that Gayfesh will, do y'all remember that episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where there was that species that were like all non-binary? And there was that one who was played by a female actress, and she was all like really interested in Riker, and she ended up like wanting to fuck him, and she was like, I'm not like the other ones, I actually identify as female. And then they like conversion theory breed her and like forced her back into being non-binary and like really like seriously brainwashed her and shit. Like, I didn't understand that episode all the way when I watched it like 10 years ago or whatever, and I watched it a couple years ago more recently, and I was like, I'm going to cry a lot because this is horrible. Like, it is horrendous. I'm still like, I would talk to you on your podcast about that. I will rewatch it and hurt my own feelings to talk to you about it, because that's the one episode I feel like I have commentary about, aside from like The Measure of a Man being my favorite episode, but y'all already did that one and I listened to that podcast, so. But yeah, I mean, it's possible to have like representation that is like evocative and like not perfect, you know? Like it's not a good thing that that's how the episode ended, and it doesn't even portray it like it's a good thing. It's supposed to be like, it's fucked up that they forced this person to be this, but it's, you know, people don't usually take that the other way around, where it's like, oh, how can you force this person to be non-binary? Well, how about like, how can you force me, a non-binary person, to be a binary? No one ever wants to think about that. This is the best non-binary character in media right now, and nobody can disagree with me because I'm right. I don't know who this is, but I'll take your word for it. I have no idea. They look like they're starstruck in this particular moment. Rain Whispers? What is this from? From the Owl House. Okay. I am not familiar with that at all. I ain't never heard of the Owl House. At this point, at this stage, I'm definitely going to end up raiding and sending you all over to Mama. We might as well go for another 20 minutes, and then I'll call it off, and... oh my gosh. The Owl House is very good and very neat. Please watch it. Where? Where do I watch it? Craig of the Creek and Summer Camp Island have non-binary characters. That's cool. There was an episode about the doctor in TNG where she was in love with this person from a race that swaps bodies when they die, and they switched from a male to a female, and Crusher went, nope, not into women, thanks. Uh-oh. I don't remember that at all. Oh, the Owl House is also on Disney Plus? Okay. S3X Oxide with the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, Disney minus. True. If you were a superhero, what would you want your superhero name to be? And would you keep your identity secret? It would depend. Like, I'm sure that I would want to gauge my power. Like, I would want to, you know, implement my power in my name. Like, it would probably be some horrendous pun, if we're being completely honest. Gotta keep the dicks. True. I would be the mess. Yeah. I should be the Waffler. Anybody remember the Waffler? The Waffler. Didn't you used to have a sound alert when you got subs, donos? Yes, it's been making a noise to me. I've been able to hear it. It might be kind of quiet. It just goes like, it's just a guy that says like, oh yeah. That's what happens on my subscriptions right now. It must just be really quiet then, because I had turned the volume down earlier so the music wouldn't blow out your ears when we started stream way up top. Sailor Uranus is non-binary. It is kind of like the Kool-Aid Man. Yeah, let me, I turned the volume back up again. So now... oh, yeah. Did you hear that one? That was a test donation. Okay, because the only reason you couldn't hear it before is that I had turned the volume down a little bit. So, like, this one is not going to be... oh, yeah. That one was a lot quieter, right? Exactly. Yeah, sorry, that was my bad. Discovery has an actual trans Trill character. Oh, that's exciting. Yes, so sorry, I just had the volume turned down. That was my bad. Oh, good lord. Good gracious. I'm so excited about Mama streaming. I'm very, very excited. Dono sound for ants. True. Oh, goodness gracious. Just waiting for the non-binary option to drop in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That's what they're naming the new ones? That's cool. I wish that I still cared about Pokemon. I mean, I wish that Pokemon hadn't gotten so expansive that I cannot possibly care about all of it, you know? Is Demon Mama joining the stream? No. Demon Mama is coming back on her stream for the first time in like 2 months. So basically, like when she'll probably start right at 5, and then at some point while she's doing her like intro music waiting for people to show up thing, I will send you all over there. I will quit my stream and send you all over there, and then I will show up there also, and you all can say the horde has arrived, you know? No, she moved house and then caught COVID, so she's been gone for a couple months. I wish Pokemon cared enough to make polished games. Shots fired, JL. Shots fired. I really haven't caught up on all this new Star Trek and stuff. I'm so weird about watching new shows that I'm missing out on a lot of non-binary representation. Cannot wait for that movie to come out. They/them. Oh my god, it's gonna be good. NB character portrayed by an NB actor. We love to see it. There's a movie coming out with Kevin Bacon called They/them. And it's gonna be fun. Del Singh says, I don't believe I've seen Demon Mama yet. Well, she's been gone for 2 months. So here in about 20 minutes, when she gets online, it would be cool. I guess it would be cool to just be like, the horde has arrived. Like, the horde is here, you know? If you all indicate that you are there from here, that would be cool. Because otherwise, it doesn't notify you when someone raids you on YouTube. Peacock will have it? Yes, yeah, it's going to be on Peacock. I'm going to have to get like a 1 week just subscription trial or whatever. Kazama Jack says Demon Mama has alerted the horde. True. There's a non-binary okapi in a Madagascar spin-off series. Interesting. I had to take off this nose ring because it was like itchy and stuff, but like just once more for funsies. Oh my god, it doesn't feel good. Ah. I brought my pliers so that I could make it a little bit more comfortable to wear, potentially. Okapi are dope. I probably can't get Peacock. Oh yeah, it's weird to me how many of those things are like locked by country. Like, why? Oh my gosh. I have a fake little piercing. Oh god, it doesn't feel good. Ah. I do like the nose ring look. Okay. I've thought about it. I'm just like, I don't know. I have these. I feel like an eyebrow piercing, maybe, but also like those tend to not last very long. Your body says nope. It pushes it out. It says no, no, no. Would be dope with horns. I don't want to actually get horns implanted because they look not good, in my opinion. I mean, they're fine on other people, but no. How about your eyes? What do you mean, how about my eyes? Get tattoos on my eyeballs? Is that what you're suggesting? Meant her channel in general, yet that's a new name to me. Ah, I see. Well, I think she's cool. I think if you like me, you'll probably like Demon Mama. She's a little bit, like, more bombastic than I am, I think, but generally we have the same, like, motivations, you know? Okay. Here we go. Demon Mama is very extra. I'm just a little bit more subdued, I think. Which is totally fine. I respect body mod people, but I don't want it on me. I want a tattoo next, but I earnestly think that if I have enough money to get a tattoo, that money's gonna go in savings so that I can get another place to live, you know? I want a prehensile tail. That would be cool. I could, like, make a tail, technically, that could, like, move with my hips. You mean another tattoo? Obviously, I mean another tattoo. I'm just saying, like, instead of a new piercing, I want a tattoo. Demon Mama isn't sub anything. True. And BJ, I think you and, is it Dizzy must be on the same page? Or no. It was Baphomet who was like, I think that when a trans guy gets a phalloplasty, they should have an option to have it, like, have knots and weird shapes. I think nipple piercings are hot. I mean, they're fine. I just don't want them myself. Tattoo to celebrate getting the fuck out once you do? Maybe. If I get good recommendations for, like... The thing that sucks is that probably if I got a tattoo here, it would be less expensive than if I got it in Seattle. Like, the likelihood is that it would be less expensive in the Midwest, I think. I'm getting my first tattoo in October from my childhood friendo. That's cool. What's your tattoo going to be of? Yes, no, Demon Mama is not a sub. Yes, it is going to be... It's about to be a good night. I only have one tattoo because I faint too easily. 4 tentacle dicks with a fuck hole in the middle is my desired genitals. True, it is very difficult to get that tentacle dick, you know? 4 dicks, exactly. I would be content with 1, you know? I think I would be alright with 1. It would be more than I have currently. Which is what I have currently is like a half, maybe? Like a half? I do know someone who is wants to be a tattoo artist, but isn't yet. So I could potentially be like, hey, what's up? Do you want to tattoo me? But no, like, I don't... I just want, like, a shitty, like, Ouroboros tattoo, you know? But it would be cool to know someone who did tattoos. 500 dicks and 600 pussies. I don't know. How could you fit? That's too many dicks. Too many dicks. Too many dicks. Too many dicks. How are you going to fit those on you? If I was like the size of a giant and all of the pussies and dicks were normal size, then that would work. But there's no such thing as too many dicks. I'm sure that there could be. There is such a thing as too many of one dick, you know? It do happen like that sometimes. Shitting dick nipples is a anti-genre. What? Your first single, Too Many Dicks. True. Too many dicks. Too many dicks. Too many dicks. Too many dicks. Too many dicks? Some people do have too many of one dick. I was more making a joke about, like, you know, when you're getting railed and it's been a while and you're like, are we done? You know? I like my dick. Please don't use the pliers. Are you sure? Looking at the camera like you want to cut off. Well, how else am I going to get one? I feel like if I really wanted to, I could very much pull, what is that meme called? Crazy Ex-Girlfriend? Or what is that called? Like Clingy Girlfriend? Clingy Girlfriend? Where she's like, you know? Overly attached to girlfriend, yes. Isn't that more like too much dick? Yeah, no, I was saying you can have too many of one dick. That's too many of one dick. Too many. That's too many sex. You know? Yeah. Overly attached girlfriend. There was some amount of that in, like, the... I will take it from you. Clipped. something something sounding. Oh yeah, that makes sense, Demonia. You can have too much of one dick in the sense of if you have one and you don't want it. True. You know, I was told once upon a time about androgynous Pat from SNL, and I was not amused by the description thereof. I did not find it very funny. Something something sounding. This is not the tool for sounding, you know. If we wanted to do sounding, I mean, I have this. I don't think this would be very good for sounding. That's for stitches. That's for pulling out stitches. How have I not heard this song? There's a Flight of the Conchord song called Too Many Dicks on the Dance Floor. I don't know if I've heard that one. Demon Mama pre-stream music has begun. That's exciting. She'll come on stream at like 5. So yeah, maybe when it gets to be like almost 5, we'll go ahead and pop off of here, and then I'll send you the link. And at the very minimum, you don't have to stay and watch Mama's stream if you don't want, but you should at least be like, you should at least let her know where you came from, you know? Oh, actually, I wonder if this is gonna start. Oh, there it is. It started playing music. There we go. The Lonely Island songs are pretty funny. I really do like The Lonely Island, okay? Listen. Remember when I said if a woman is biromantic homosexual, she should say I'm a lesbian and biromantic? So the thing is that if someone says I'm a lesbian, what they're communicating is that they only want to be in a relationship with other women or like other femme people or whatever you want to say. Like if you are a biromantic lesbian but you don't want to date men, like why would you say that you're biromantic, you know? Like who fucking cares if someone thinks that you're romantic homosexual? Like it's more about the communication is more like useful if you're more like, what are we trying to get out of this situation, rather than like, I don't know, like, yes, technically you could say that I am omnisexual, but I am not going to spend the time explaining what that means. I'm also not pansexual. I'm also not bisexual. Like, you know, like, why would she want to make out with men if she was not sexually attracted to them? But like, yeah, I mean, if you want to make out with a dude, you like, honestly, you saying that you're a lesbian is not necessarily going to deter men from being interested in you, you know, because some fucking idiots think that there's, oh, surely you just haven't had the one good dick yet. I'll show you how good it is to be with a man, you know, like, I don't know. Demonia, this is not exactly true. Surgically produced penises do sometimes work like natal penises. If you have metoidioplasty, you absolutely, it's like just the same. It's just smaller. I'm memeing, don't take me too seriously, true. Like, at the end of the day, like, ultimately what it comes down to is, like, people are going to use the labels that are most useful to them, you know? I know plenty of people, like, you might be like, oh, well, like, technically this person is actually non-binary, so it's not acceptable for them to call themselves a trans woman. Like, how about you don't need to have all the details, you know? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. We have to hit the button. Oh, I just took Demon Mama's stream from 99 likes to 100 likes. That felt good. Trans woman and non-binary, they're both a woman and non-binary. That's not hard. I mean, yeah, you say that, Penderson, but you're also like, you're saying like, oh, you can be a woman and non-binary, but like, and you seem to be okay with them just calling themselves a trans woman, but like, if the lesbian has a tiny amount of biromanticism, why the fuck does she need to call herself biromantic? Like, what is the point of that? You know what I mean? True, be good now. How about we just respect how people want to be called? But what is the point of communicating that? Unless if you actively want to date men, then you would call yourself bisexual. Calling yourself a lesbian, like you're making this argument like, oh well, because she romantically likes men. Why is the trans woman not required to also say she's non-binary every time if she is both? Like if she's a non-binary woman, you know, like why do you think one is okay and the other one isn't? Questions. Sexuality is super weird, so I don't blame anyone if they don't 100% comply with labels. Yeah. You could date an asexual man if you are a lesbian biromantic. I suppose, yeah. Ellis, I'm wary of labels because I do not want to be known by others. I like to stay mysterious. Yes, don't look at me. Like, I was about to look for something to cover my face. Like, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You know, I've got this like dirty ass mask. Don't look at me. Oh man. Okay. I'm sure that Mama is going to be on screen here soon. So I'm going to go ahead and send you over there. Do me a favor really quick and hit the like button on that video for me real fast. And then if you are so inclined to stay and hang out, you can also go to the chat and say hello when Demon Mama comes on stream here in a couple minutes. I'm sure she'll be on in a minute. But yes, Hordes assemble! I appreciate you all hanging out for 5 fucking hours. We don't normally go on this long. I usually do the second spelling decoy duck, but it doesn't really matter. You're all wonderful. And I've had a great time hanging out with you. And I will be seeing you on Tuesday. Tuesday, innit?